Can you talk?
He snapped on it.
Can you talk?
Oh. I don't think they're good like this.
If we don't end up having a people over here, sit down.
Hey y'all.
There's a slight spot right here.
That's on the camera. That's
It's not 45. It's been. It always took me 45 minutes to get traffic was just brutal. Yeah. You're hearing that? Good. Yeah, because if you're on mic, it'll come in way over much.
No, go ahead. I'm starting to look at and you know the one right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Go get it. Bring a battery. Bring a battery. Just bring a battery. Just bring a battery. That's all you need.
Come around. I need some videos.
Yeah, I'm about to have it.
And then I'll just plug it into this.
Oh yeah.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Should I just put your phone number?
Yeah, just drop it in there and be like, hey, Cass gets the message that she and then just say she said thank you so much. But she didn't. Okay. I just thought I didn't want you to do it. No, I respect me. Yeah, I got it. I'll put you. TLA girl. Where the Collier 7. They sure will when they see me wearing them. Yeah, because you're on the floor, right? That's not true. My TLA is just what's his name is. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. He's not even because he's been 30 seconds. And I'm like, bro, he's not TLA. As a matter of fact, very often he's always like, you don't buy me. You're surely not.
And performance is like
How long is it? How much pressure?
yeah, that's fine.
Oh, last opportunity.
And I got me some damn bone marrow from Dick Carver. I mean, I'm sorry. That's what got me. I wanted the damn bone marrow.
I shot it.
Yeah, it seems like this is a company. You sit down there. So, the audio's not turned on here, huh? A couple of weeks ago, that audio was horrible. Hopefully they fixed it. Yeah. I just put my hand on the stand, to
I know for a fact I threw one away. I threw one away from my suits.
The House will come to order. Members, please register.
Call your seven now.
I mean, I don't know where it is.
Neighborhood, I might not have
Have all members registered?
You might be doing
Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Members, the call of the House remains in force. The doorkeeper will lock the doors. The House and gallery, please rise to the invocation, which will be offered by Firm Carpenter, DPS Shopper.
Let's pray. Our most wonderful Father, thank you so much for blessing us and giving us this country, a country where free people can live. Father, we thank you for our great nation, and Father, help us to realize that without you, there is no real law and there is no real liberty. We ask you, Father, to please guide our lawmakers. We thank you for them. Father, thank you for them and their families. Father, we ask you to help them serve with faithfulness and integrity and humility. Father, help them to meet the challenges head on of those that create evil, Father, to do injustices, Father. Help us to meet them head on, Father. Help them to be your instruments, Father, to draw people together and helping us to be the great state of Texas. Father, we ask you to be with all of these works that they're doing, Father, all the special session opportunities that come along, and help us to use that, Father, so we would shine as a bright light. That Texas would be a bright light, a beacon, Father, throughout Texas, throughout the United States, and throughout this great world. Thank you again, Father, for this time and this opportunity. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I recognize President Ward to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and our Texas flag.
Good morning, members and friends. Please join me in our pledges.
Members, the chair welcomes our visitors in the gallery today and advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery. If there are demonstrations or outbursts of opposition or support in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant at Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. Members, the call of the House remains in force until HB 4 is passed on third reading. The doors to the chamber will remain locked until the call is expired. Under House rules, written permission from the Speaker is required to leave the chamber. I've issued a limited number of passes to leave the chamber temporarily today. Passes are available from the doorkeeper at the front entrance to the chamber. It must be surrendered to the doorkeeper upon return to the chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What legislation is on today's calendar?
House Bill 4.
House Bill 4. So today we are voting on, Mr. Speaker, Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Today we are voting on new congressional maps then, and not flood relief. Has the body voted on flood relief this special session?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
So notice for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Why was House Bill 1, the flood relief bill that is the House's answer to the deadly July 4th flooding that killed over 135 people, not the first order of business of this special session for the Texas House?
Mr. Knows that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did the Speaker of this body make a commitment to the family of the victims of the flood to put flood relief first, make it a priority this special session?
Mr. Knows that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it correct that House Bill 1, the flood relief bill, has been voted out of committee and is ready to be debated on the floor of the Texas House?
Mr. Knows that business is not before the House at this time.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and the usual order of business in order to take up House Bill 1 immediately and put the lives and safety of children and Texans over politics.
You are not recognized for that purpose, and that motion would have to be made and filed with the clerk.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there still a call on the House that compels the attendance of legislators and restricts our freedom?
There is a call in the House. I just announced that and explained that, Ms. Hinojosa.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Knows for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Until when is the call on the House that compels our attendance in effect?
As I stated to the entire body, until House Bill 4 passes.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Trostler, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that had the members of this House shown up and done their jobs in this first special session, we would have already passed critical flood relief legislation and provided financial relief and support for all of the impacted communities across the Hill Country, including mine?
Ms. Troxler, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that because we did not have quorum, because members of this body chose not to show up and do their jobs, the work of Texans has been delayed, not stopped, but delayed? And so that relief to those families is finally going to be done within these next 2 weeks because they have finally shown up to work.
Ms. Troxler, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 2, Perry, relating to disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, requiring a license authorizing fees. SB 3, Betancourt, relating to outdoor warning signs and flash flood area prone areas. SB 5, Huffman, relating to making supplemental appropriations for disaster relief and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding those appropriations. SB 6, Perry, relating to regulation of certain products, derived hemp, including consumable hemp products and hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational licenses and registrations, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, authorizing administrative penalty. SB 8, Middleton, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and private civil right of action. SB 10, Betancourt, relating to the calculation of the voter-approved tax rate for certain taxing units. SB 11, Parker, relating to an affirmative defense to prosecution for certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution. SB 12, Hughes, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of this state. SB 13, Middleton, relating to the use of political subdivision of public funds for lobbying activities. SB 4, Perry, relating to the provision by political subdivisions of credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects. SB 15, King, relating to certain files maintained by a law enforcement agency regarding certain employees of the agency. SB 16 West, relating to real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating a criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing a statute of limitations, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses. SB 18 Zaffarini, relating to an exemption from the requirement to obtain a permit from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The following bills on first reading and referral.
Mr. Speaker.
Not at this time. After first reading and referral, I'll recognize you.
HB number 19 by N18G relating to the real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating criminal offenses in real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing statute of limitation, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. HB number 21 by Thompson relating to the calculation of the penalty and interest incurred on a delinquent ad valorem tax referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. HB number 26 by Oliverson relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB number 27 by Harris relating to the consideration by a groundwater conservation district of module of available groundwater when issuing permits for the Committee on Natural Resources. HB number 214 by Orr relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and private civil right of action for the Committee on State Affairs. HB number 265 by Hull relating to the governmental oversight of youth camps, including youth camp rules and the Youth Camp Advisory Committee for the Committee on Public Health. SB number 2 by Perry relating to the disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, requiring a license, authorizing fees for the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 3 by Betancourt relating to the outdoor warning sirens in flash flood prone areas for the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 5 by Huffman relating to making supplemental appropriations for disaster relief and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding those appropriations for the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 6 by Perry relating to the regulation of certain products derived from hemp, including consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational licenses and registrations, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, authorizing administrative penalty for the Committee on Public Health. SB number 8 by Middleton relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and a private civil right of action for the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 10 by Betancourt relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain taxing units for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB number 11 by Parker relating to the affirmative defense and prosecution for certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB number 12 by Hughes relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of the state for the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 13 by Middleton relating to the use by political subdivision of public funds for lobbying activities for the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 14 by Perry relating to the provision by political subdivision of credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB number 15 by King relating to certain files maintained by law enforcement agencies regarding certain employees of the agency for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB number 16 by West relating to the real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating a criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing statute of limitations, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB number 18 by Zaffarini relating to an exemption from the requirement to obtain a permit from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for certain dams or reservoirs operated and maintained for the purpose of erosion, floodwater, and sediment control for the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 34 by Huffman relating to the testimony or the production of evidence before a House of the Legislature or a legislative committee for the Committee on House Administration.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Isn't it a lawful procedure to deny quorum that's embedded in the Texas Constitution and has been used since as early as 1870 by the minority party to deny majority overreach?
That is a hypothetical inquiry. The chair does not respond to general questions about rules or procedure.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that Governor Abbott declared an emergency on July 4th for the Kerr County floods?
That is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
When a governor declares a disaster a state disaster, isn't it true that he also has the power to direct state funds to that disaster area to provide relief without a legislative session, without a special session, and without any action of the Texas legislature.
That is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, the House is governed by a set of rules, is that right?
Yes.
And one of those rules has to do with
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, please.
One of the rules that we have relates to quorum, is that correct?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is a member allowed to use the rules in the House in terms of governing their conduct?
Mr. Dutton, the chair does not respond to either hypothetical inquiries or general questions about the rules of the House.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Is one of the rules related to quorum requirements?
Mr. Dutton, as previously stated, the chair does not recognize or does not respond to general inquiries about the House rules.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Does the Constitution trump our rules?
Mr. Dutton, the chair does not respond to general inquiries.
Well, specifically, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does the Constitution limit the ability of members to be arrested?
Again, Mr. Dutton, that is a general inquiry.
Well,
that does not relate to the business before the House.
Well, it seems pretty specific to me, Mr. Speaker. Can parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry, Mr. Dutton.
Can you explain to me why that's general?
There is no item of business before the House, and your inquiry does not relate.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you, Mr. Speaker. There's no what?
There is no item of business before the House at this time, and your inquiry is not related to any item of business before the House.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Is the only acceptable parliamentary inquiry related to a matter that's currently before the House?
That is correct.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
So any other parliamentary inquiry would be unacceptable.
General questions about the rules of the Constitution are not in order.
That's not my question, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
My question is simply this, is that unless a matter is before the House, there can be no parliamentary inquiry except the ones related to that matter.
That is correct.
Is that in the rules, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Can you cite me the rule?
It is the explanatory note following Rule 1, Section 9.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
I don't have my rule book. Could you read the rule to us?
You're welcome to come down front and we'll get you a copy.
And Section 9, is that what you said, Mr. Rule 1, Section 9?
Rule 1, Section 9, explanatory note 4.
Explanatory note 4.
Page 10 of your manual.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
The explanatory notes govern the rules in this House?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's bullshit.
Ms.
Mr.
Hinojosa, for
Speaker,
what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If I attempt to leave this chamber today without signing a permission slip, am I subject to arrest by the government?
As I stated today, no one will be able to leave the chamber without a permission slip.
Mr. Speaker,
So knows for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Why is an arrest under the call of the House not prohibited by Article 3, Section 14 of the Texas Constitution that prohibits members from being arrested during the legislative session?
So knows that is a general question that the chair declines to answer.
Mr. Speaker,
So knows for what purpose?
if I attempt to leave this floor today with this call of the House on me, why am I not protected from arrest by Article 3, Section 14 of the Texas Constitution that prohibits the arrest of members during the legislative session?
That is a hypothetical and general question. As previously stated, the chair declines to answer those.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
can I walk out right now of this House without being arrested, or am I protected by Article 3 of Section 14 of the Texas Constitution?
There are separate provisions under the Constitution that provide for maintaining and compelling a quorum. They are separate. Ms. Hinojosa, as previously stated under the call of the House, there are permission slips that you are welcome to take. For what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true the members that just came back here and are upset about the rules actually voted for those rules?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4.
HB number 4 by Hunter, relating to the composition of the districts for the...
Back up, members. Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session through and including Monday, August 25th, pursuant to their committee postings. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? There is objection. There is a record vote requested. Clerk, please ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 44 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4.
HB number 4 by Hunter, relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe according to the rules, I will have 20 minutes. I'm going to give a short opening because many of you have not been involved, and I want you to know exactly what's happening. We are here today to take up the congressional plan. This plan I'm about to lay out was introduced by myself on Monday, August 18th, and it was passed by the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting on August 18th. Due to the governor's proclamation, the House studied the current Texas congressional districts. This plan originated in the first called special session before the chamber lacked a quorum. due to the available time, which we all need to remember, we're in 30-day special sessions. In the first call session, and I want all of you to know this, members, in the first called session, we held 3 public hearings. We were not required to hold those hearings. So 3 hearings were held for the public, no requirement for those hearings. All sessions, anyone was invited to register and testify. Arrangements were made for anyone to submit written comments. One session we allowed remote witness presentations. One session was held on Saturday, and one session was held after normal working hours. All members of the committee were offered the opportunity to state their views, question. Other interested of the members of the House were allowed to attend and participate. After the public hearings during the first call special, the committee held a 12-plus hour hearing to allow further testimony once the plan was introduced. All sessions were live streamed and recorded, and Red Apple was open for use. As well, at these hearings, we heard testimony from a number of members and witnesses, including Congress. At the outset, it's important to note that redistricting can be done at any point in time. Let me repeat that, members. Redistricting can be done at any point in time. And I want everybody to know this. You want transparency? Here's the U.S. Supreme Court legal transparency. The underlying goal of this plan is straightforward. Improve Republican political performance. Now, when drawing congressional districts, we have to look at them a little different when it comes to population requirements. We have to draw districts with population as nearly equal as possible to the ideal district size. This is different than when you do state legislative districts. The ideal size for a congressional district is about 766,987. The plan before you meets the population requirements for one person, one vote under the U.S. Constitution. If somebody proposes an amendment, they will need to meet the same requirements. We are allowed to draw congressional districts on the basis of political performance as recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court in Rucho versus Common Cause. These districts were drawn primarily using political performance to guide the redrawing of districts. Also, the Fifth Circuit in Petaway versus Galveston indicates that the law has changed. The court held that Section 2 does not require us to draw coalition districts. So giving partisan political performance as an acceptable reason and clarification from these courts, we have redrawn the congressional map with that emphasis. Another important law is the Voting Rights Act. Although race cannot be the predominant factor in drawing maps, Section 2 of the Act prohibits enactment of any plan that restricts minority citizens from having an opportunity to elect their preferred candidate of choice if certain circumstances exist. This plan includes political considerations, public testimony, recognition of population growth, and recent changes in voter trends. Now let's talk about this map. 37 of the 38 congressional districts have changed to some degree. The primary changes are focused on only 5 districts for partisan purposes. It is important to note, please note, members, 4 of the 5 new districts are majority minority Hispanic, what we call CVAP districts. That's a citizen voting age population. Each of these newly drawn districts now trend Republican in political performance. While there's no guarantee of an electorate success, Republicans will now have an opportunity to potentially win these districts. The 5 new districts we have: CD9, 50.15%, what we call Hispanic citizen voting age population, that's HCVAP. CD28, which is approximately 86.72% HCVAP. CD32 remains a non-minority district. CD34, 71.93% HCVAP. CD35, 51.57% HCVAP. This also improves political performance for Republicans in districts CD2, 8, 9, 17, 22, 38. Some data points in comparison to 2021. In 2021, there were 9 Hispanic majority age districts. In this plan, there are 10 Hispanic majority age districts. In the 2021 plan, there were 7 Hispanic citizen voting age districts, and under this plan, there are 8. There are no black CVAP districts under the 2021 plan. In the proposed plan, there are 2 majority black CVAP districts. CD18, 50.71% black CVAP compared to 38.99% in 2021. CD30, 50.41% black CVAP, 46% in 2021. In the Harris County, Houston area, there are currently what they call 2 coalition districts and 1 Hispanic CVAP district. In the proposed plan, CD18 becomes a new black CVAP district, CD9 becomes a new HCVAP district, and CD29 becomes a majority Hispanic VAP district. That's voting age population, which should continue their political performance. CD9, 50.15% HCVAP, CD18, 50.71% black CVAP, CD29, 43.45 HCVAP, and 32.69% black CVAP, all surrounding Republican districts to continue to perform for the Republicans. This is a good plan. I urge its adoption. Mr. Speaker, members, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, you can use political performance, and that is what we've done. I'll answer questions.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose? Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions. Mr. Chairman, who decided that these should be changes made from the introduction version of this bill?
Who decided the plan?
Who decided that there should be changes made from the introduction version of the bill?
I do not know who decided, but it had been discussed since April that congressional redistricting could be an issue, especially with the new case law and the new population trends, and I made the decision that I would file this bill.
Mr. Chairman, when the first call session, special session, the committee produced a bill that where they had indicated there would be 5 new congressional districts for Republicans. Subsequently thereto, a second special session was called. Upon meeting of the committee, there was a vote taken on an amended part of a bill that had been previously voted out on the first special session of this year. Who made a decision to amend the bill from the first called special session?
Me and the lawyers.
Pardon me?
Me and the lawyers.
And what was the rationale for the changes of you and the lawyers?
Well, if what we're talking about is there was a committee substitute that was adopted on Monday, it increased Republican political performance. Legally, I was told that it would follow the case law, and nobody was here for 18 days. And so my view is we're given every opportunity we can. Nobody met with me. Nobody came in. And so I talked to the lawyers, and we increased Republican political performance, and we increased the map from where it was. So I would say me and the lawyer.
So you had to go in and look at precincts to do this, correct? You had to go in and look at precincts in order to make those changes.
I would say, Dean, that I visited with counsel, and they and their resources looked at the specifics.
And who made a decision on what precincts will go into that amended map? I think it was what, 2333?
Counsel.
Counsel and counsel alone? There was no input by you?
I told them I wanted to increase Republican political performance, and I'm not involved in the specifics. And I asked, as everybody in here does when you hire a lawyer, this is my goal, can you accomplish it? And they did it, and I asked them to follow the law, follow Rucho, follow Petaway, and this was the map that was developed.
So what you're telling the House is that you and you alone made a decision to make those changes?
No, as I just said, I made the decision to look at this map. Can we increase Republican performance since nobody was around and that we had a walkout? They then went to work, came up, and increased the Republican performance.
So when did you make a decision that you needed to make a change in the map from the first special session to the second special session?
The walkout occurred August 3rd. It was probably a couple of days after that.
On August the 3rd, subsequently to that, didn't we have hearings? Was that
No, nobody was here. It was a quorum break. We couldn't do anything, couldn't meet, couldn't let the public have hearings. Nobody could meet with me. Nobody could provide an amendment. So we had to just do things on our own.
So there were no input. I think what you're telling me is there was no input by the Speaker. There was no input by the Lieutenant Governor. There was only input by you and the person that you indicated helped you draw the changes, and you alone made a decision that there should be some changes to the map that was a part of the first special session.
That's not what I said. I said...
Oh, I'm so sorry. What did you say then?
I said exactly what you know I said.
No, I don't know what you said.
Yes, I did. If you've been here for 18 days, you would have known. Number one, I decided to take a look at this map to see if we could increase Republican performance. I can tell you, a lot of people wanted to increase Republican performance. I can't tell you everybody that has raised that issue. I went to the lawyers, said we have a plan, can we increase it, and would it be legal? They said they would look at it, came back and told me this plan is legal.
Well, I based upon the testimony that I think that the committee held, the 3 hearings, based upon the testimony that we heard, based upon what was supposed to have been submitted as written testimony, it is my understanding that there was a 100-to-1 not to make changes in the maps. Am I missing something?
Yeah, you missed 88 Republican members that didn't get an opportunity as well either.
But they had
you held public hearings, Dean, that were not required. The chairman of the committee decided to include the public. I'm glad he did. But just because certain groups come in, and if you remember, there was certainly a lot of publicity that I can't remember the source yet, but I think can be checked, that there were certain third-party organizations paying and getting field advisors to come into these hearings to take a political stance. So if they're going to use the political under Rucho, so can we.
But were the 88 members who are members of this body denied the right to come and testify before that committee?
No, but they've been here the whole time, and they have been wanting to move this. I'm just glad I'm able to get this particular plan. because it may get reviewed again.
Were their constituents denied the right to come and participate in the hearings?
What's that? I couldn't
Were
hear.
their constituents denied the right to participate in those hearings?
That I don't know, because I just presented the bill. I don't know.
Were their constituents denied the right to submit their opinion or testimony to the committee?
I don't think so, but again, I was just presenting the bill. That was not my function.
But you made the statement that they were not a part of it.
I didn't say they were not important. In fact, in the hearing, as you recall, I made a big statement that I thought they were important, and even though there was opposition, I was glad they came, and some of the information in this map came from those hearings. So I disagree with you 100%. I'm glad we did the hearings. I'm glad we got the input, and I'm glad that a lot of people submitted it in writing. So absolutely it was taken in. Just because somebody agrees or disagrees with me doesn't mean that I'm not going to listen. And in fact, I offered at the hearing for members to come visit with me and members to come talk with me. And if they needed to bring somebody in, that they could. I did hear from some Republicans.
Well, to agree and disagree is a part of our democratic process.
Absolutely.
Okay, and they did have an opportunity if had they wanted to come.
Yes, I do agree that they had.
Mr. Chairman, let me draw your attention to Congressional District Number 9. I noticed in the Congressional District Number 9, in your amendment 2333, you discussed in committee that your map draws this to be a Hispanic majority district. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the bill that is right here today?
Yeah, I'm talking about that amendment that was voted out of committee.
Well, we didn't do an amendment. We did a committee substitute.
The substitute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think the number was 2333.
I think that's the map number is Plan C 2333.
Yeah, that's the one we own. That's what I'm talking about. And you indicated today that you all reconfigured that to be a Hispanic majority district, correct?
We said that Hispanic CVAP under the committee substitute would be 50.15%.
And you have said in your brief that the Latino population in Texas support Republicans.
That said that
in your brief.
In my brief.
Then you say that. I've heard you say that the Latinos tend to support Republicans.
Well, not me, but I certainly welcome all of them being a South Texan, and I do think political performance and trend is going that direction to support Republicans, absolutely. But I don't know what you mean. I don't think I said somebody preferred. I think there is a political performance that's showing preference to certain Republicans in different regions of the state based on everybody.
And are you talking about the racial polarization analysis?
Well, I don't know what you mean by racial polarization analysis. I know about data that was done by HCVAP, HVAP, Black CVAP, and Black VAP, which is a little bit different. That's what I'm relying on.
Well, this is an analysis that is normally utilized when they're drawing to see what is the performance of different race. They're looking at dilution and inclusions and things of this nature. And they show that in CD9, the person that you pull in have more of a tendency to vote Democratic than Republican. And pulling in that percentage of Latinos in Congressional District 9, the new configured District 9, will show that if they are a part of that congressional district, that their voting power may be diluted. Are you aware of that?
I'm not real clear on that. I don't think there's a dilution. Political performance is what this is. CD9, the Hispanic CVAP, is 50.15%. It's a new Hispanic CVAP. The Liberty County is now in CD9. There does show in this CD Republican partisan performance. Previously, though, CD9 was not a majority of a single group. So now they are.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
To what purpose?
I move that the time be extended.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is not so. There is objection. Members, that will require a record vote. Clerk, ring the bells. So Representative Hunter voting aye. So Mr. Vasut voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Show the Speaker voting aye. Lopez voting aye. Toth voting aye. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 1 nay. The motion prevails.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
May I I know some of my colleagues, other colleagues have questions to ask you, but I want to continue asking maybe a little later. I'm going to let some others ask questions.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rivera, for the purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions? Yes. Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Hunter, I'm a little troubled. I've never heard anyone say in this body, and you've certainly been here longer than I have, but for you to say that you're not required to have hearings, I understand that may be a fact, but I don't understand that to be Texan. I don't understand that to be something that we would not welcome opinions of the public. And yet we did hold 3 public hearings. So with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, when you say that this was just you and the lawyers, what would you tell any Texan? Because I believe every person that testified under oath. Is that correct?
That I don't know. I hope they did.
Well, if they registered to testify before any committee in this House, they do have to register under oath that what they say is true and correct. Is that correct?
I follow the House rules like you, but you're asking me a personal question. I don't run the committee. I'm sure Mr. Vasut did everything accurately, but you're asking me beyond my role.
And that's where I'm troubled, Mr. Chairman, is that that someone would come down, affirm that everything that they're going to say is true and correct, and then to hear now you say that they're not required, didn't have to happen, and that you did this with you and your lawyers and you gave them instructions, means to the public, they really don't have any reason to come to this great building that we serve in with so much history, because they won't be heard. But
I 100% disagree, and I get the right to respond. Number one, I 100% disagree with you. Number two, and you're not going to like this, but for 18 days, things could have happened. You all chose to walk out. To me, you damaged the process. You kept people away. You kept work from being done. Don't use that as an excuse to belabor this bill. 2, legally, and I'm talking legally, we didn't have to do hearings. I just said Chairman Vasut asked for hearings. I supported him on those hearings. I sat in a hearing in addition for 12 plus hours. I am glad we did hearings. And I also encouraged all members and anybody that they wanted to come visit with me and serve for 18 days. Certain members did not. And so to come up here and say public don't matter, they absolutely matter. And by gosh, you're forgetting political performance. That political performance, Republicans do matter, and they're in this bill.
Well, let's talk about
and the U.S. Supreme Court says we can do that.
Let's talk. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. As you know, the population growth in Texas has been, over the last 20 years, has been almost half of that has been Latino population growth. So, Mr. Chairman, did you do any analysis or review whether voting is racially polarized in Texas before, during, or after the drawing of this map? And if you did, can you tell me what districts of the new maps are located in areas where racially polarized voting exists?
Representative, I'm going to give you the answer that I gave in committee so I'm consistent. One, I work with council. Just like your opposition groups are working with council against this plan.
So you never asked council?
Let me finish. So council told me that they had checked everything legally, did everything analytically, and absolutely assured me this bill is proper form and legal. So if the polarization that you're asking about, I'm certain that they did all that analysis, but I relied on them. I don't have the specific knowledge.
So you're certain, that makes me feel comfortable, that you might have directed them to include racially polarized voting. So what analysis of Latino voter preferences did you conduct before drafting any of the districts in this plan?
So what I just said is I asked council to look at increasing political performance and to follow all rules, regulations, laws to make sure that what was proposed was legal and proper. What they did specifically, I don't know.
So do you agree that racially polarized voting exists in Texas?
From a legal standpoint, I think that's debatable in the courtroom, and I'm not able to tell you that now. Is race different in certain areas of the state and how people treat each other? Absolutely. But in this particular one, Representative, I would do everything I can to have lawyers draft it so it is proper and that it does do what is legal.
So that's somewhat vague, so I'm going to just dive a little deeper. You gave direction for the reasons that you gave, but I'm asking specifically, in giving those directions, and you said following the law, do you believe that they considered racially polarized voting?
Do I have personal knowledge? The answer is no. Do I believe that they checked every box, checked every law? The answer is yes. I have huge respect for the lawyers.
Mr. Chairman, does the Federal Voting Rights Act require the creation of any Latino majority congressional district in Texas?
I do know that when you talk about coalition districts, which
that's not my question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
with all due respect.
Yes, it is. Disrespect, you're not letting me answer. I don't agree with your question. You said a mandate on Hispanic. That does impact coalition districts. It does impact the issue of majority. And the Fifth Circuit in Petaway says you're wrong. Now, number two, is there a specific requirement? 4 out of the 5 brand new congressional are Hispanic. 4 of the 5 are Hispanic majority.
Mr. Chairman, does the vote...
If there's a requirement, I'd have to ask council.
So the answer to the next question, does the Federal Voting Rights Act require the creation of any black majority congressional district in Texas? And I believe your answer is you don't know.
No, I would do what you and 90% of the people on this floor that have lawyers that have created the lawyer annuity plan in redistricting. You all go to your lawyers to get them to give you a response. I go to my lawyer to get a response. So if there's a legal question, I would go to them and they would give me the information.
And I do believe that when I talk to my lawyers, I give them direction, clear direction. I don't say follow all the laws, especially given when we're talking about the population growth, the growth of our state, and where it's come from. Mr.
But
Chairman,
I disagree now, sir.
That wasn't a question.
No, you're not supposed to make statements. You make a statement, I get to respond. You just said you don't tell them to follow all the laws. I absolutely do. Okay. I tell them to follow all the laws.
Mr. Chairman, are you aware of any additional DOJ communications to the state of Texas through the governor's office, AG's office, or otherwise regarding unlawfulness of the current congressional map?
I am aware through the committee process that there was a Department of Justice letter. I've had no communication with Department of Justice. I have no communication with the governor's office about that. I've had no communication with anybody about that except general members in the committee process.
Mr. Chairman, are you aware if the DOJ has threatened any enforcement proceeding or action since the initial DOJ letter to Governor Abbott?
I have no specific knowledge on that.
Mr. Chairman, do you believe in the Dallas-Fort Worth region where I'm from that there should have been a Latino majority district created? And do you realize that there is no Latino majority district in Tarrant County?
Well, there is in the North Texas area. But if you're trying to split it up, for example, Houston, are you talking about under the new 5?
Thank you, Mr.
If you're talking about under the new 5, it's Houston, Valley South, Dallas area is a brand new district, Coast South, San Antonio. So those are the areas that the new 5 are, if that's what you meant to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Move to extend time.
An extension of time at this point requires unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the extension of time? There is an objection. There
Mr. Speaker.
No extension. Yes, sir, Mr. Turner. For what purpose? Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
In light of the fact that House Bill 4 is, if passed, is going to affect the federal representation of more than 30 million Texans for the rest of this decade, would the body reconsider any objections to one more extension of time, please?
Mr. Turner, there was an objection, therefore the time cannot be extended.
May I make another motion so members may reconsider their objection?
Yes, sir, you might.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, is there any objection to the extension of time at this point? There are objections, so it will not be extended, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Turner, state your inquiry.
Could my motion be put to a record vote, please?
And the record vote is not necessary. It only takes one objection, and there is more than one. There has been more than one objection expressed to the speaker at this point.
If a record vote, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If a record vote has been requested by one or more members, is it not the custom of the House to grant a record vote?
Members, Mr. Turner has requested a record vote. Vote yes if you're in favor of extending the time. Vote no if you're not. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Show Mr. Basu voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 52 ayes and 82 nays, the motion for record vote fails. The time is not extended. Mr. Hunter, please come to the front. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes the enacting clause of House Bill 4. And I offer this amendment because House Bill 4 is an illegal and racially discriminatory congressional map. And this body has no business passing it. Members, let me remind you, legislative seats, be they in this chamber, in this building, or in Washington, D.C., do not belong to politicians. They belong to the people of Texas. They belong to the families who are rebuilding from the Central Texas floods last month, to the Texans who are being crushed by high costs, working families choosing between groceries, rent, or a doctor's visit. They belong to the people of Texas, the very people each one of us has been sent here to represent. We would do well to remember that today. But today, there aren't any bills on this floor for flood relief, no bills for tax reform, no bills to lighten the burden for Texas families. There's only one item on this calendar, the very first item of this special session, the item that we have a call on the House for, a radical, racially discriminatory, mid-decade redistricting plan that surgically removes and strips away minority representation in the U.S. Congress. Texans and Americans now all across the country are watching, and they know this map before us is a calculated maneuver to diminish the voices of the very communities that power Texas, that has given Texas its phenomenal growth. Communities of color make up 95% of our growth in the last decade. The census data bears that out. And it's thanks to them, thanks to those Texans, that we gained 2 seats in the Congress in this decade. Yet those same communities are being punished with maps that dilute their voting power. Today, under the current map, which is already flawed, the census data bears that out. And it's thanks to them, thanks to those Texans, that we gained 2 seats in the Congress in this decade. Yet those same communities are being punished with maps that dilute their voting power. Today, under the current map, which is already flawed as it is, 4 districts, African American voters have the ability to send the candidate of their choice to the U.S. House. In this map, only 2. Only 8 districts out of the 38 in this map are majority Latino, despite Latinos representing more than 40% of the Texas population. Discrimination against voters of color, sadly, is not new. Texas has a long and painful record when it comes to redistricting. Every decade since the Voting Rights Act of 1965, courts have found that Texas discriminated against voters of color. There's currently a federal lawsuit underway in El Paso with a decision pending, challenging the state's maps from 4 years ago. What is new is that instead of letting the courts do their job, we are being forced to race ahead with this mid-decade redraw. This is unprecedented and it is wrong. Members, it breaks my heart to see how this illegal and rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme is dividing our state and our country. This is Texas. It's not Washington, D.C. The impulses of outside politicians and their billionaire backers shouldn't dictate what we do in this chamber, in this House. We were sent here to work for the people of Texas, not them. Members, we are at a turning point for our democracy. If we allow cheating, and that's what this is, it's cheating, elections will no longer reflect the will of the people. In a democracy, people choose their representatives. This bill flips that principle on its head, letting politicians in D.C. choose their voters, and that is un-American. Members, the American dream still holds promise for each of our families, each of our constituents that we were sent here to represent. But if we sell out our democracy to D.C. bosses by handing them the 5 congressional seats that they have demanded, our children and grandchildren may only get to see the remnants of this democracy. So to Texans of every political stripe, if you believe in a government that responds when you need it most, this is not a solution for any of our problems. Members, it is not too late. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, reject this attempt to rig our elections, and send a clear signal that our democracy is not for sale. End this racially discriminatory redistricting right now by voting yes on this amendment, and let's move on to the real business of the people of Texas.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Would Mr. Turner yield for a few questions?
Mr. Turner, would you yield for Mr. Wally questions?
Yes, I will.
He will. Go ahead, Mr. Wally.
Representative Turner, in essence, your amendment strikes the enacting clause?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would kill the bill.
It kills the bill. And I want to get to that point. I want to get to a certain region of the state so that we can focus our attention in that, and why you're trying to kill the bill with this amendment here. One of the reasons is, let me rephrase that. Are you aware of the total amount of Hispanic population in Harris County is about 4.7, 4.8 million people?
I didn't know the exact number, but I know it's considerable. I know, for example, Harris County has a greater number of Hispanic residents than really all of the Rio Grande Valley, which is striking.
And that's correct. So there are over 2 million Spanish surname people that live in Harris County. You're aware of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Congressional District 29?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. You and I both worked in Congress, is that correct?
We did at one time, yes.
We both, not at the same, maybe not at the same time, but we both worked for members of Congress before we got elected. And so we're both familiar with congressional work, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Congressional 29, after the 1990 census, was created. Congressional 29 was created after the 1990 census. Is that your understanding?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And it was created because Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act mandated the creation of Congressional District 29. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the reason was there was just an astronomical growth of Latinos in Harris County. So that mandated the creation of a Latino opportunity district in Harris County for the first time ever.
That's right.
And that district has been, the north side and east ends of Houston have been the anchors of Congressional District 29. Is that your understanding?
That's
under the proposed plan, this plan, let alone the 2021 maps, but this plan, the Hispanic citizen voting age population of CD 29 goes from 64.4% to 42.9%. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, meaning that the Hispanic Opportunity District will no longer exist. Is that, in essence, what's happening with this map?
Absolutely. Bringing that percentage down, first of all, below 50% Hispanic CVAP totally destroys that district as a Hispanic Opportunity District. And obviously a decline from 64.4 to 42.9 is a devastating blow to the strength of the Hispanic voters in that region. And you're aware that the proposed plan pushes much of the former CD 29, the east end part of CD 29, into CD 9. Is that your understanding? Yes, that is my understanding.
And much more perverse, bringing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in CD 9, the new one, to 50, lowers it drastically, lowers that district to 50.5%. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now that new district, CD 29, the Hispanic folk that lived in East Harris County now are connected to a district out in Liberty County. Is that fair to say? With
yes,
this map?
And on that point, Representative Wally, the introduced bill was bad enough. The introduced bill in the first session, the introduced bill in this second call session. The map you just described, we saw that for the first time on Monday, less than 48 hours ago, in the form of a committee substitute that moved CD9 out into Liberty County.
So that was a change even under the previous map, not the 2021 map, but under the previous map, CD9 stopped at the Harris County line into East Harris County, but now this new version sticks those Latino folk in East Harris County and puts them out, miles away that have no relationship, Liberty County, to folks in East End.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Mr. Speaker. Oh,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I was going to ask the gentleman to yield.
Are you
I was gonna ask
asking for an extension of
time.
Ms. Gonzalez, are you asking for an extension
Yes.
of time?
Yes.
There's been a request for an extension of time. Is there any objection? There is objection. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor. Vote no if you're not. This is the first one. This is the first extension. This does not require unanimous consent. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show the chair voting aye.
They get me?
Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Please vote from your desk. There's too many people around. Ms. Kerwin voting no. 130. Members, this is the first extension of time, not the second.
No, I was yelling at you for like minutes before.
There being 107 ayes and 29 nays, the extension is granted.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Thank
He
you.
will, Ms. Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Turner, are you aware that in North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area,
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
thank you. Mr. Turner, are you aware that in North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there are no Latino opportunity districts?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you believe that it's fair for a region with roughly 1.7 million Latinos to have zero representation in the U.S. House?
It is absolutely not fair.
Isn't it true that a Hispanic Opportunity District could have been drawn in the past 2 decades in Dallas County but was not?
You're absolutely right, Representative Gonzalez, and in fact, members, including myself and Chairman Anchia and others, proposed maps that did exactly that in 2021 to create a Latino Opportunity District in Tarrant and Dallas counties, but the majority rejected that opportunity to do that.
So isn't it also true that in the pending case challenging the state's 2021 maps, the Latino voters argue that the state violated the Voting Rights Act by failing to create a new Hispanic Opportunity District in Dallas County?
Yes, they have argued that, and that case is still pending before a 3-judge federal panel based in El Paso.
And would CD 33, under the proposed plan, still be considered a coalition district?
I don't know what the bill author intends for CD 33 to be perceived as. What I do know about CD 33 is that for the last 13 years, since 2012, that has been a majority-minority opportunity district that spans from Tarrant County to Dallas County, or from Dallas County to Tarrant County, if you prefer, being from Dallas County. And minority voters in CD 33 in Dallas and in Fort Worth and the communities in between, communities we represent in Grand Prairie, have had the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. And this map, House Bill 4, the map before us today, there are no voters remaining in Tarrant County who are still part of CD 33, and their voices are cracked and packed into other districts.
So under the proposed map, so what would happen to the communities of color in Tarrant County that are currently in CD 33?
The communities of color in CD 33 presently, and who have been in CD 33 since 2012, are splintered between multiple districts. In the southeast Fort Worth area, the neighborhoods of Poly, the area Representative Collier's district, House District 95, that is cracked and placed into Congressional District 25, which is a rural-based district that extends out nearly to Abilene. The north side of Fort Worth, which is roughly much of Representative Romero's district, is then submerged into Congressional District 12, where the voting base of power is centered in West Fort Worth and Parker County.
So it splits them into 4 majority white districts and puts a small part into CD30 based in Dallas. Is that correct?
So the bulk of the Tarrant County CD33 is split between CD12 and CD25. Other parts of CD33 are put into CD6, which goes down south to Ellis and Navarro counties. And then with respect to CD30, that is, of course, a historic Dallas-based district where African-American voters have had the ability to elect a candidate of their choice going back to the early 1990s. What they do there is they bring that further west into Tarrant County, packing it with the population that I have the privilege of serving in House District 101.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Flores, for
Does
what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Turner?
Yes, I yield.
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Turner, are you aware that in Austin there are historic Black and Latino neighborhoods in East Austin?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you aware that there are also deeply rooted and rapidly growing Latino communities in Hays County?
Yes.
In the proposed map, now these communities have been located in CD 27 all the way through sparsely populated rural counties like Austin and Wharton counties, all the way to the coast through Matagorda and down to that part of Nueces County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the current map, Nueces County is wholly contained in one district, but now is being split in 2?
Correct.
What is the purpose of the proposed map in taking communities in East Austin and Hays County and drawing them into a district with communities in Port Aransas?
Representative Flores, the result of them doing that is they crack and therefore dilute the collective voting strength of minority voters in Travis County, who currently are in a district where they have the ability to elect the candidate of their choice to the U.S. Congress. Under House Bill 4, that ability is stripped away, and they achieve that. They achieve that cracking and packing by cracking, really in this case, in drawing eastern Travis County down to the Gulf Coast, as you described.
And that has a dramatic impact on CD 35. Is that not correct?
Absolutely. CD 35 is a Voting Rights Act protected district. It was one originally a court order, I believe, required it to be drawn. And since it has been in existence, Latino voters have had the ability to elect the candidate of their choice in that district. And the current district as drawn today, voters have that choice. They will no longer have that choice if the legislature passes this bill.
So that does dramatically impact the Latino community in CD 35, as you just said, correct?
Absolutely. It impacts them in a very, very dramatic and negative way.
Are you aware that there were any analysis performed to determine if Latino voters in the current CD 35 are able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
Representative Flores, I'm not aware that the bill author or any of the proponents of the map did that analysis. I asked that exact question in our committee hearing. I was told no. I heard Representative Romero ask that question of the bill author just a short time ago, and I think he said he wasn't aware of any such analysis being done, if I understood him correctly.
So in summary, you're saying that the Latino community that currently lives in East Austin, in my district, in Hays County, and also that connects along I-35, extending to San Antonio, are now being diluted of their votes are being diluted, and they're not being able to vote for candidates of their choice. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly right. They're at the very least losing the ability to elect the candidate of their choice, which is an ability they have today and have had for several years now.
Well, as a representative of those communities and those Latinos and currently in District 51 that are in CD 35 are being stripped of their opportunity and their voices to be able to elect representatives of their choice to Congress. So I appreciate your answers to that, and I'm upset that this is happening to my district.
Thank you, Representative Flores.
Speaker. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Yield for a few questions.
Mr.
Yes.
Turner, would you yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
You will.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware that in 2021, the current congressional maps that passed the Fifth Circuit law case said that coalition districts were protected under the Voting Rights Act?
Yes, that's my understanding, that the court has held that, correct.
And in Campos, in the city of Baytown, a Fifth Circuit case from 1988 held that distinct district minority groups may aggravate their population for purposes of vote dilution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was later overturned in the Pettaway case, excuse me. Isn't that right?
So my understanding of the Pettaway case is that it said that groups didn't necessarily have a right to claim a voting rights protected district under Section 2 if there were multiple ethnic minorities, but the Pettaway case said nothing about what this map does, which is systematically going out and trying to find such districts that already exist naturally and hunt them down and destroy them. That's what this bill does. So it's an important distinction on the Pettaway case.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Never mind. Sorry, can I ask for an extension?
You can, Mr. Manuel. An extension requires unanimous consent. A record vote has been requested on all motions today. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor of the extension. Vote no if you're not. There is objection. Their time is not extended. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, everybody knows this is a standard amendment that basically kills the bill. It's called an enacting clause. So if you haven't been through this, this is just basically an amendment that kills the bill. And so I know you're going to be shocked, but I'm not going to be in favor of this particular amendment.
Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Hunter, would you yield?
Absolutely.
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some discussion, in fact, on this amendment relative to the Pettaway case and coalition districts. I want to ask you, you've already mentioned the Pettaway case in your layout, and that was the August 1st, 2024 case that the Fifth Circuit ruled, Pettaway versus Galveston County, where it said that coalition claims do not comport with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in short, so that we've heard a lot of discussion about opportunity districts and so forth, but coalition districts are the subject of the Pettaway case, and coalition districts are generally defined, is it to your understanding, of districts that don't have one particular minority group that make up a majority of the district, but one or more of those minority groups are combined together or aggregated to reach a majority. Is that a fair definition?
Correct.
Okay. And you touched on it before in your layout, and I know we were short on time, but under the current district, under the current congressional maps that we're under right now, not HB4, but what we're currently under, there are coalition districts that were created as such in 21 because of the law as it existed in Texas under the Fifth Circuit at that time. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, in 2020.
And then, in fact, that law that was in place when these districts were created under 21 was the Compost versus City of Baytown case, which is a 37-year-old case, but it was the law, not necessarily throughout the country, but it was the law in the state of Texas because it was the law in the Fifth Circuit. That was the precedent. Is that correct?
In Petaway, they referenced it, and that's what they said.
Okay. So now in Texas, one of the reasons that we're doing this now is that we feel compelled to because of the Petaway case and the ruling in the Petaway case as it relates to these coalition districts, correct?
Well, I think it's a combination, Mr. Spiller. I think you have a U.S. Supreme Court Rucho. You have a Fifth Circuit Petaway. The combination of both those cases are involved in this map.
Right. And you mentioned also in the Rucho case that is a U.S. Supreme Court case that allows for partisan performance. And in fact, in that case, I think there were competing claims, whether or not there was Republican claims, Democrat claims, multiple issues there, and the court said, we're not going to get into that. Partisan performance is absolutely okay, and we authorize that.
Yes. So the members know the U.S. Supreme Court considered two states, one Republican that were redistricting to reduce Democrat, gain Republican, then one state Democrat that wanted to reduce Republican, one who had been there 20 years. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that is not the judicial purview, and political performance is a criteria.
And we know that political performance can be done, and in fact has been done in other states already. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
In fact, there are some states that are Democrat-controlled states, Democrat majority, some of which are the favorite vacation spots of certain people in this room, that whether it be California, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Maryland, Massachusetts, that have already done this to a fairly extreme degree. Would that be a fair statement?
That is true. I mean, this is not unique. That's why the courts have addressed it. And both parties that you referenced have been involved.
There's been some discussion recently about some of the districts in and around Harris County, and I just want to ask you briefly on some of those. We talked about District 18, what we call the Barbara Jordan Historic District. When we went to Houston, we heard a lot of testimony about that, but it was under HB 4, it's currently one of these coalition districts, and under HB 4 changes to a majority black CVAP district. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is now 50.71% black CVAP. In 2021, it was 38.99% black CVAP.
And so previously, black voters in that district did not hold a majority, but under your bill, under HB 4, they actually do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And we also heard a lot about compactness, and you think that's what you've done generally with HB 4, but specifically in Harris County as well, dealt with that issue of compactness. Can you touch on that?
Yes. You know, even though public hearings may have opposition or support, we heard from public in those hearings about the compactness issue. And one of the issues was the Austin to San Antonio district and why they felt that should be looked at. Same thing in Houston. They looked at 18 to the original rather than how it has spread out over the years. So yes, compactness has been involved.
Okay. And also in relative to Harris County, we talked about District 9, which was also second one in Harris County, a coalition district, and the district that was addressed in the Petaway case, and now under your HB 4 changed from a coalition district to a majority Hispanic CVAP district. Is that correct?
Yes, for the record, the Hispanic CVAP of Congressional District 9 under this plan, the Hispanic CVAP is 50.15%. In 2021, it was 25.73%.
All right, and I'm trying to move quickly, but on District 29, one of the other districts out of Harris County, we've heard some testimony or some questions about that today. We heard testimony about it in the committee, but it went from a majority Hispanic CVAP district to a majority Hispanic VAP district. But is it a fair statement that it should continue to perform as a Democrat district?
Let me give you the information on 29, because I just heard some of that, so that everybody knows. 29 has gone from a black CVAP in 18.31% in 2021 to now 32.79%. As they said, Hispanic CVAP decreased, but to 43.12%. So you basically have Hispanic black percentage that is plus 70. The other note is that the political performance in 29 stays Democrat.
Right. And likewise, the other district I want to talk about in Harris County was District 7. We heard quite a bit of testimony regarding District 7 in the committee, and it was a very diverse district, but I think it remains a very diverse district, and I think also continues to be Democrat. It has a Democrat representative, Congresswoman. I think it will continue to perform Democrat in that district. Is that correct?
Yeah, the data on 7 is that it has increased slightly more Democrat performance. The other characteristics do not change, but under 7, if you look at the new numbers, they're very, very close to what they were.
All right. And this claim that a lot of this stuff is racially motivated and race negative. Let me ask you, and you've touched on it before, but we went under the current map from 0 majority black CVAP districts in the state of Texas, and now under your map, we added 2 to that list where there are 2 majority black CVAP districts, correct?
Correct. 18 and is one of the ones that we talked about in 30.
And under the current map, we have 7 majority Hispanic CVAP districts, and that is increased under HB4 under your bill to 8. So we're adding 1 more majority Hispanic CVAP district,
Yeah,
correct?
majority Hispanic VAP districts in 20.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Move to extend the gentleman's time.
Yes.
There's a motion to extend time. A record vote has been requested on all votes. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor of extending time. Vote no if you're opposed. Have all members voted? Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 134 ayes, 4 nays, the motion passes. The time is extended. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Mr. Hunter, would you yield? He will.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. So when we discussed your bill in committee a few weeks ago and then again on Monday, you told me that you didn't know where the map originally came from. Is that still your statement? You don't know where the map came from?
All I know is I met with council. Council drafted it. Whether they're the origin or others, that I do not know.
Okay. So you can't tell us, you can't tell the members who had their hand on the mouse, moving lines, moving precincts around. You cannot tell us that today?
I can tell you that the law firm did, but the specific names I do not know.
Okay. Can you tell us, you said the law firm did it, can you tell us who was directing the law firm to change the lines?
Well, I asked the law firm to see if we could increase political performance. I said that in my opening.
What can you tell us about the chain of custody of this map as it came into your possession?
I went to the law firm, they gave it back to me.
Okay. And that person didn't tell you where they got the map from?
No, I mean, as your organizations hire lawyers, whoever they hired, whoever they involved, it's up to them. I gave a chore, just like we all do on legislation and bills. They came up with a draft. I made sure that they dotted their I's, crossed their T's, followed the law. They assured me. I talked to them on what the proposal was, and then I present it.
So, Mr. Hunter, you've served here a long time. You're one of the most senior members of the body. Don't you, in seniority, of course, I mean.
Why, thank you, Mr. Turner.
Wouldn't you agree it's unusual, if not unheard of, that a bill author brings a bill before the House, but we don't know where the idea for the bill came from, we don't know who's asking for the change in the law, or what the rationale for the policy change is? I mean, isn't that highly unusual?
Absolutely not, and that's not what I've said now, and you've heard me. We've been talking about, let's not all go hide behind our desks. Congressional redistricting has been on the radar since April. This isn't any surprise. It's been talked about, and on this floor we've talked about it. 2, it is not unusual that you get into creation of law, that you go talk to law firms. And it isn't unusual. I did ask to see if we could increase political performance, and I've been clear on that. And so this was presented, it met my request, and this is what's being presented. And partisanship, political performance, pro-Republican is fine. It's legal.
So actually, I didn't hear anything about congressional redistricting until June at the earliest. I didn't hear it in April. Who told you in April that we were
I've been on this House floor. I can't remember. Now, let me tell you something. You told me how senior and how I've been here a long time, and you've been here a pretty good amount of time, Mr. Turner.
Fair point.
I can't believe that those ears turned off on congressional redistricting in spring and just popped up in June. It's been all over the internet. It's been all over the discussion. Everybody's been talking about it. The question is, would this be a special session? Did not know. Governor called it.
Okay. So since you don't know where the map originally came from.
Well, no, I do know where it originally came from. It came from the law firm.
Okay, but you don't know actually who drew the map.
The law firm.
But you don't know the individual who drew the map.
No, I know lawyers in the firm.
Okay. So, but if we don't know specifically who drew the map, how do you know what the map drawer's intentions were?
As you and your third-party organizations hire lawyers, you give them an objective, which is, can you increase political performance? The law firm goes out to their own office, drafts, provides you a product, you discuss with them. If you agree, you present that particular draft. And that's what we did. Nothing unusual. That's what everybody's doing, and your side of the aisle is doing the same.
Were you present during any of the map drawing?
All I did is I had meetings with them where they, after I gave them the instructions, and they presented the information to me.
Okay. Did
I go into the details in the districts? No.
Okay. Did you review any drafts and suggest any changes when you saw the map?
No, it was presented to me. I reviewed with them, looked at it, seemed to be okay to me. We may have had some discussion to do some modifications here and there.
Do you know if anyone else reviewed drafts of the map and made changes?
Well, I'm sure somebody in the law firm did. You said, but do I know personal people that did? The answer is no.
Okay.
Other than I do have names in the law firm that you asked me about in committee.
How was it communicated to you that you would be the bill author of House Bill 4?
Chairman Vasut, which is very natural, asked if I would be the bill author. And I said yes, and it's probably because of your introductory comments about me being a senior member and involved here a long time. But he asked me, and I said, I'm glad to do it, and that's who asked me to carry.
Okay. And you've referenced the law firm several times. You stated in committee that's the law firm of Butler Snow. So who actually hired Butler Snow to consult on these maps?
To be honest, I do not know the specifics on how they were hired. I don't know that. I don't know that.
But you are a client of Butler Snow.
I am a client, and I have been placed in whatever agreement they have. I agree.
Okay.
And that was continuing since 2021.
Understood. So, but you don't know who hired them, and you don't know who's paying their bills.
Well, you got to remember we have a 2021 litigation still going on in El Paso.
Sure.
So I still have involvement with them. Now this issue, which is supplemental, different than the 2021, they have been engaged. My privilege, my involvement follows and is incorporated. I don't know the specifics, don't know the engagement, don't know that, but I do know that I get continuing involvement from the firm.
Okay. How did Senator King get the map to file it on the Senate side?
That I don't know. I think I've talked to Senator King twice, and I have not asked him about that. And I don't, to be honest, to everybody in this room, I have not read the Senate bill. So I do not know if it follows our bill or what. But I have not asked him where he got his.
Okay. Do you know, did the map originate with you or with Senator King?
Whatever he filed, I do not know. I don't know if he took a copy of ours and refiled it over there. I don't know.
Okay. And last on this, why is the House originating this map this session rather than the Senate, since the Senate initiated it in 2021?
To be honest, I don't know why. 2021, I believe it was SB 6 in 2021, and in 2025 it is HB 4. I don't think there's, in my understanding, House takes up certain issues, Senate takes up, but what the idea was not. I'm glad we are, though. I'm glad the House is taking the initiative.
Okay. And lastly, Dean Thompson had a couple questions she didn't get
to.
She asked me to
fire away.
So the HCVAP population of CD9 after your amendment is just barely over 50%. Was this an accident?
Hold on a second. On CD9?
Yes.
And what was the question?
That the HCVAP population is just barely over 50%.
It's 50.15.
Was that an accident?
An accident? I don't know what that means.
Okay. As you change CD9, you split election precinct 414 4 different times. What was the purpose in carving out?
I'm sure it's based on Rucho, which is pure political performance.
Okay. Do you know if there was any data considered when splitting that election precinct 4 times?
Do I personal knowledge? No. Do I believe they did? Absolutely.
Okay. And the map also splits election precincts, again, Harris County precincts 533 and 386.
Are you under 9?
Yes, Harris County.
Harris County CD9?
Yeah.
Okay.
533 and 386. Do you know what the purpose of splitting those precincts was?
Do I personal knowledge? No, but I believe they were following the Rucho case, the Petaway, and the current law. And the preference on partisanship.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
The gentleman's time has expired. Sorry, Ms. Rose.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
I move to have the gentleman's time extended.
This is the second extension of time. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Mr. Alders voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 52 ayes, 82 nays. The motion fails. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
I move to table.
Mr. Turner to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is the amendment to strike the enacting clause. This amendment, if we adopt it, and I hope we will kill this bill and will end this sham process. And as you've already heard in this debate so far on this bill intentionally discriminates against black and Hispanic Texans and other Texans of color by cracking and packing minority communities across the state of Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, in Harris County, in the greater Houston area, in Austin and San Antonio, in the Rio Grande Valley. It is a clear violation of the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. This body has no business passing this bill. We need to kill it and get on with the real business of the people of this state. And so I would ask that you vote no on the motion to table. I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Dunn, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. What do you know what changed between the 2021 litigation and today?
No, Mr. Dutton, I do not know. I don't know what the reason for this is, other than apparently some people in D.C. called up and said they wanted it. But we have no new census data. We're still operating under the 2020 census data because there's not been another census. So the data used for this map is more than 5 years old now.
And so the way it stands now, you're aware that the DOJ letter was sent to Texas suggesting that certain changes ought to be made based on their determination that there was racial makeup of the maps, current maps.
Yes, I'm aware of that letter that every voting rights expert I've heard from, we heard from several in our committee hearings, Mr. Dutton, respected voting rights experts who said that the DOJ letter has absolutely no basis in law, but that is the letter seemingly that set off this whole process because Governor Abbott cited it in his first proclamation calling the first special session. Interestingly, he did not cite it in the proclamation for this session. I don't know why that is, but it did set off the process seemingly.
And the contents of the letter, is there anything different in this bill that's different in the letter?
Yes. Okay. I don't have the letter with me, but the bill, or I'm sorry, the letter from DOJ specifically identified a handful of districts around the state. This bill impacts not only those districts, but multiple other districts around the state.
So it extends the boundaries that were defined in the letter?
I believe so, yes.
And the basis, is the basis any different for the bill than in the letter?
That might be a question best addressed to the bill author, but I think that the letter, in my opinion, Mr. Dunn, I think the letter was simply pretext to jumpstart this entire process, and no matter what people's process was for getting to where we are today, the end result is that more than 2 million Black, Latino, and other minority Texans are going to have their voices diluted and extinguished in their ability to elect a candidate of their choice to the U.S. Congress, and it is wrong, and it's clearly illegal.
Are you aware of the legal concept of disparate impact?
Yes. I'm not a lawyer, but I am familiar with the term.
Okay, yes. And so what it says is that you may, and this is giving them something, but you may have intended something not to be racial, but the reality of it is, and the effect of it is, that it has to be concluded to be racial.
Absolutely. And I think as we hear the bill author and other proponents of this legislation talk about partisanship, we should not let that rhetoric fool any of us, because what is happening is clearly racially discriminatory, and that's what the problem is with this map.
And really, this political participation is simply a mask over what the real intent and the real effect of this bill is, which is to change it based on racial lines. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
I think that's very well said.
And I have one last question. The latest map shifts population in Baytown from CD9 to CD36, and then shifts the nearby population in Baytown from CD36 to CD39. Do you know why the map shift these two sets of population in the same city back and forth like that?
That's an excellent question, Chairman Dutton. I have no idea what the bill author's rationale for doing that was.
Well, okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this amendment, and I think you have a good amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Dutton.
For what purpose?
Will gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Turner. I've heard you say a couple of times that Black and Latino voters in North Texas would lose the ability to vote for the person of their choosing. Could you explain that, please?
Well, what I said was they would lose the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Okay. And explain that to me. What is the candidate of their choice?
Well, I think if you look at, if you want to use Congressional District 33 as an example, can we use...
You can use any district. I'm trying to figure out what a candidate of choice is, because my view is people elect someone who represents their values. And so I'm trying to figure out what the definition you're using when you say reflects their choice.
I agree. I think someone who represents their values is an important reason voters make choices about who they're going to vote for, who's going to represent their issue priorities, who is going to be responsive to the needs of their community, their neighborhood, their city, their school district, whatever the case may be. I think voters make decisions based on all of those factors. So I agree with that.
So then what are they losing?
What are they losing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
You're claiming these voters are losing an ability to elect a candidate. So I'm trying to figure out what they're losing.
Sure. So very simply, when map drawers crack minority communities and splinter them between multiple districts, and then also pack minority voters into already performing minority districts, you are diluting their overall voting power and their ability to send elected officials to Washington, in this case, to represent those values that we just talked about.
But
so
what values?
That's
I'm
what's
trying
happening.
to figure out what values specifically you're speaking to, because the map, which you've been in the committee hearings, you've seen the maps, they are more compact. And when you're talking about packing, are you saying 50.4% is packing?
So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a voting rights expert, but my lay understanding is that the Supreme Court and other courts have ruled that once you can determine by looking at data that minority voters have the ability to elect the candidate of their choice in a certain area, a certain threshold like that isn't absolutely necessary. But the fact is, if you want to look at Congressional District 30, just to stay in our region of the state, in the DFW area, that is a district where, since it was created back in the early 1990s, Black voters have repeatedly demonstrated the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. And therefore, an argument to say we need to pack more voters into that district, I think, falls flat, because they already have the ability to do that.
And so are you then saying that you're more talking about politically affiliated candidates?
No, I'm not.
So you're saying they're losing the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand where that's coming from, because before, when you say that, it sounds like they're just losing their ability for representation, because no one loses their ability for representation in the state. Is that correct?
Well, I would agree that everyone will be in some congressional district, and every district usually would have a member of Congress, with the very important exception right now in CD18 in Houston, which has been without a member of Congress since our former colleague Sylvester Turner passed away, and Governor Abbott has refused to call a special election to fill that seat. So actually, those voters in CD 18 don't have a voice.
The gentleman's time has expired. All right. Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Wu voting no. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Bowers voting no. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 50 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've been listening to the debate. I've seen redistricting 4 times on this floor, and this is the first one I've ever seen where we stop talking about things that the court has told us to talk about. This seems to be just a debate about red shirts versus blue shirts, and that is not how this process works. Yeah, there was a court case that said, hey, by the way, if you want to consider political outcomes, that's fair, but that's not the only thing to consider. I have not yet heard once a single member talk about communities of interest. What we all know about neighborhood associations, church parishes, PTA districts, civic clubs in Houston. These are the things that folks think together, they work together, they're aligned, and they want those aligned interests represented in the halls of Congress. I quit counting on this map, but the last time I checked, there are over 488 precinct splits. Those don't happen by accident. When you start splitting precincts, you're not doing it because you have to get to a rounding error. You're doing it to design an outcome. And so, given the track record that we have here in this state, we argued about the 10 Commandments law. You said it was going to work. A court just set it aside. A few years ago, we told you that the Show Me Your Papers legislation was going to be found invalid by the courts. You ignored it. Courts have put that on hold mostly. Book bans, transgender rights. We get to the courthouse, they apply the rules, and these proposals go nowhere. So, given the timeline about mid-decade redistricting, given the stakes and what could happen, nobody's talking about the communities that are going to be impacted by these districts. And if you look at them, there are a lot of them that are African American and Latino, especially in my part of the state. So I wanted to make this one really easy. I've heard a lot about the Petaway decision. I've heard nothing about the Jingles decision. I've heard nothing about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which we know still works because in Louisiana, they just applied it last week in a Fifth Circuit ruling. So all this amendment is pretty simple. It just says that whatever we do here, we're still following Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is the only enforceable section that we've used that's still in effect and still something that we strive to use and is still the law that it's applied in this country. So it's pretty simple. We oftentimes argue about whether or not we're intending to hurt people. Well, this is one of these votes that if you vote against it, then I'd want to know why would you vote against the United States Supreme Court currently held decision and valid piece of the current Voting Rights Act, which is Section 2. So that's really all it does. No trick here. It's just we're going to apply Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and I hope it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hunter?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be
Reverend
moving.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet.
Not at this time.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is unnecessary. This is the law, and when my opening, I told you about the Voting Rights Act. Mr. Spiller asked about Petaway, which dealt with Section 2, so we did mention those. But it's unnecessary. Why don't we just, all of you, all 150, vote that this bill is correct, because that's the way it should be. That's basically what this amendment is. We're following the Voting Rights Act. We will follow the Voting Rights Act. I told you that the council that we relied on followed it, and I asked them to. It's unnecessary, and guess what? It's incorporated in this bill, so I'll be moving to table.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Reverend Hawkins?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hunter. You know, Representative Martinez-Fisher just made a great point about all the other election levels. And so my question is, specifically because during the committee hearing, you didn't have knowledge of certain things, and I'm assuming you've abreast yourself now. And so I'd like to really get clarity on those things. What was your understanding of the DOJ's letter regarding redistricting? Because at that point, you couldn't answer it, and as Representative Martinez-Fisher brought up other things, did you have a clear understanding, or what was your understanding of the DOJ's letter?
Well, my answer hasn't changed one bit. There was a DOJ letter. It's out there. DOJ will get to review this. I have no criticism. I have no feedback. They do what they want. We do what we want. Nothing any different.
Okay, so you've read it now. I know at the committee hearing you had not read it.
I have not. I've just read parts of it.
Okay. It was a short letter, but anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter.
So, in doing this redistricting at this time, what were your primary objectives? I just want to be clear, because a lot of these questions you didn't have answers for during the committee hearing, and I just want to be clear.
Let's you and I agree to disagree. I 100% disagree with you. You just didn't like my answers. Every time nobody likes my answer, they said you didn't answer. No, you're right. I don't agree with you. Now, number one, there's nothing wrong with doing redistricting. I've said that in committee, and I said that on the floor in the opening. We can do redistricting. You have had a discussion about a U.S. Supreme Court and a Fifth Circuit that has new impact on the law, which gives us justification further to look at redistricting. And we looked at redistricting, and we created 5 new congressional seats. 4 are Hispanic majority. So what was the objective? The objective was to take all of those factors, use political performance, and see if we could increase political performance in the state of Texas. My answer is now, and it was then.
Thank you, Representative Hunter. I want to continue asking my questions. So the DOJ letter, did it trigger anything for you in terms of moving through this mid-decade redistricting?
Well,
I just want to be clear.
Look, there was a DOJ letter. It was discussed in committee. I get lots of letters, been through lots of letters in these redistricting. To me, there's a letter.
So
and the lawyers looked at it, took it all into account, and then we came up with this plan which said it met the thresholds, it met the requirements, it met the laws. So, yeah.
So if the failure to comply with the DOJ letter, did you think that there was going to be any legal challenges?
When you say the word redistricting, I think you know there's going to be legal challenges. And I think we all know that your groups filed suit recently, so I think you've already answered your question.
So my next question is, did you consider any alternative redistricting plans? I know as a committee member, there was no discussion, what I would call a rich discussion around the redistricting plan, the maps, or anything like that. So did you consider anything else?
Absolutely. That's why we did the substitute Monday and increased more Republicans.
And so that's why you added 12 increases? Okay. Thank you for that answer, sir. Did you express any concerns about the potential for racial gerrymandering? You know, one of the things I want to be clear, I want to be perfectly clear, that as an African American here in the chamber, a chamber I want to continue to have respect for, we weren't asked any questions and or engaged in the process at all. Do you believe that's fair?
Are you talking about you, or are you talking about others?
I'm talking about the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, who potentially will lose 2 seats. Okay. I'm talking about an interest group that I thought had a role, an important role in this process.
You absolutely did, and Representative, you and I know each other, but you left 17 to 18 days. You left 17 to 18 days, you could have sat with me. You left 7 to 18 days leaving this state. My view, the public could have been involved, the whole caucus could have been involved, all 150 people could have been involved. With all due respect, I'm not finished.
Now let me get
You're
finished.
not letting me talk. You're the back mic, you ask the question, I get to talk. You and I disagree.
I disagree that the public had proper input.
Ma'am, you will not let me talk.
Members, please make sure you're not talking over one another so y'all can actually debate.
Now, since I'm not sure what this has to do with the amendment that we're talking about.
It has everything to do with the amendment.
It does not. But you want to continue. You and I disagree.
July 24th,
you'd still
no
never
maps. I'm sorry, Representative
Can
Hunter.
I finish my
Yes, you
answer?
can. Please do that, sir.
So for 17 to 18 days, you left. Now you're getting on the microphone saying, why didn't I involve you? Well, I wasn't going across state lines to find you. I was here.
I was here before then.
Hold it. Let me finish. You want to be fair? Let me finish. You opened up the questions. You own the walkout. You said you did that. But don't come into this body and say we didn't include you. You left us for 18 days, and that's wrong. Now,
members,
they applauded my opponent a while ago, so please give me equal treatment.
So, Representative Hunter, thank you for laying out that. But what you didn't lay out, and I hope you will let me finish responding or answering my question, on July 24th, there was a public hearing in Austin, correct?
I believe so, yes.
On July 26th, there was a public hearing in Houston, correct?
That's Saturday, yes.
And on July 28th, there was a hearing in Arlington, Texas, correct?
That evening in Arlington.
Okay, when did the maps drop?
I believe the maps were filed Wednesday.
So Wednesday, and then you had a hearing the next day with people who could not weigh in on a yay or a nay. It's my understanding those maps were not released until after the public hearings. Is that true or false?
Well, you're wrong because the hearing was Friday, not Thursday.
We had several hearings before the maps were dropped. Would you agree with that?
Ma'am, you just said the map was dropped and then we heard it. The fact is, it was filed that Wednesday. The hearing was Friday. Let's get the specifics down. And I've answered everything to you in committee that I'm answering here. Tuesday, after the Arlington hearing, the chairman of the committee asked me if I would present the bill to this body, which I said yes. Number two, I did not see or get the information till that Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we filed the bill.
Representative Hunter, let's be clear. There were public hearings held without any maps. Is that true?
Yes.
Just before the bill vote out, those maps were dropped at that time, correct? Because it was voted out on that Saturday morning.
The bill was voted on
Saturday morning. Just the other day, we had a hearing where you changed some additional districts.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Scott Wilkins, for what purpose?
can I request extension of time?
Members, there's a motion for an extension of time. This is a record revote. This is the first one. Clerk, ring the bell. Show representative Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Strasser voting aye. Corwin voting aye. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 3 nays. The motion for extend time prevails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Yes.
questions?
He yields.
So we didn't have maps, but we had public hearings, so people wasn't able to see what was going on, correct? I just want to be clear.
There was no map at that time.
Okay. Now, did you look at any racial discrimination during these maps? In terms of the gerrymandering and the way y'all cut and packed and cracked and jacked and everything else?
To respond to you, every time somebody doesn't like redistricting, they use the word pack and crack. I use the word U.S. Supreme Court rucho. And that's where the problem is I have with your statement. I don't agree with you. Number two, we didn't have to have public hearings. You keep bringing that up. We didn't have to. The chairman of the committee decided, and we included information from those hearings in the filed map. So I appreciate that you keep saying that no map was there, but when the map was filed, we had that plus 12-hour hearing and we voted that Saturday. So you're correct on that.
Mr. Chairman, you know, you would say that the maps didn't, or no public hearings would have to be held. But question, would you believe it would be a great process to include the public in a way that they could see what's going on? Or do we want to do the things in the cloak of darkness here?
Well, you've been gone in the cloak of darkness for 18 days.
That's not germane to
No,
what we're
it
talking
is
about.
germane to
No,
what
it's
you
not.
said. I
No,
could
it's not.
have public input while you were gone. You prevented this
You were
body
gone.
from acting. See, you keep interrupting me.
The merits of
and
the
don't
bill,
want-
sir. Merits of the bill.
No.
Members, please try not to talk over one another so everybody can hear your debate.
We got close to 30 million people in the state of Texas. I'm talking to Representative here, please, sir. My other question is, do you believe the state of Texas is required to create and maintain minority opportunity districts?
I think the state of Texas should use every effort to follow the Voting Rights Act, RUCHO, Petaway, and all the laws. And the law firm told me that they had.
Tell me your position on creation of coalition districts.
Well, according to Petaway, which I believe was 2024, which has now changed the law, Fifth Circuit, says coalition districts can no longer be used as Voting Rights Act Section 2 violations. And it also says there's not a requirement that you have to use coalition. So what's happened since 2021, you have maps that people are in that were using old terminology, old law, and now you have a brand new set of law that came in, and as Mr. Spiller said, it overturned the compost case, which basically was the law being used. So today, this map is taking those in factor.
So you don't believe, or do you believe, that this redistricting plan eliminates any minority opportunity districts? Does this
No, I
plan do
think
that?
we've created 4 out of 5 new seats are Hispanic majority. I would say that's great. That doesn't ensure that a political party wins them, but the 4 out of 5 Hispanic majority out of those new districts, that's a pretty strong message, and it's good.
Representative, would you answer my question? Was there any
I
minority?
thought I did.
It's yes or no, right?
What is yes or no?
Did you
That I
eliminate
created-
any minority districts? Was any minority districts eliminated?
Did political performance change districts? Yes. Did they change? Did, for example, some in one area become Hispanic over African American?
Did you eliminate
Yes.
any minority districts?
I really don't understand your question. Did we
Okay, well, we'll
change
move
minority
on. We'll
districts?
move
Did we
on.
change districts in the state of Texas? Yes. And political performance was used.
All right. So, are you aware of analysis conducted to assess the impact of the redistricting plan, voting power, and/or, is my understanding, some economic engines? Did you look at that at all?
Did Todd Hunter look at that? The law firm did. I've answered that. And I don't understand your economic engines. I've heard that. That I've seen in no criteria in redistricting. Political performance I have, but an economic engine. For example, in the committee hearing on Monday, they brought that up, and I thought if you have a great economic engine, I think Liberty County going into number 9 is a pretty darn good engine. But that's not a requirement under the redistricting.
Question for you, Representative Hunter. You know, inclusion we think is important, particularly when you're in a state so large as Texas and so diverse, and you want to be able to have all levels of input. Would you agree with that?
I think it's a great goal, yes.
So if that's the case, would you pull down this bill
No.
and look for additional public comment?
Nope, we've had the public comment. We've had 18 days of gap. I think we're ready to go.
But not on this map. We haven't
Yes,
had
we
public
are.
comment.
Oh, yes, we've had public comment. You can take the public comment from the first session. We've already said that. That was incorporated in this bill.
So we revised the maps yesterday. So the public has not had a chance to.
But no, it was on Monday.
All right, Monday, whatever day you say. But public haven't had a chance to look at it.
What I think everybody in the world that knows how to use District Viewer, social media, gets on the computers, I can see the map.
Are you aware?
And there's a lot of material in this map that was included in the prior map. So no, I don't.
You said a lot, but not all, correct?
No, there's changes. I absolutely told you that. We affected 12 new districts to increase political performance. Absolutely.
So are you aware in districts 9 and 33 are no longer African American voter dominated districts in the new map?
Congressional District 9 is going to be Hispanic 50.15% and African American 11.33%. What was the other one?
33.
Hispanic in Congressional District 33 is 38.35, and by the way, the black is from 19.45.
So that these maps do eliminate 2 African American leaning districts.
I'm not sure that they eliminate, because I think anybody can win any election. But did those demographics I just read change? The answer is yes.
So there is your racism right there, correct?
I disagree.
Okay.
And, you know, look, race is a discussion factor, and so is political performance. And all of this can be used. But let's not use it in a negative. I respect you, and I hope you respect me, but we may disagree. But all these factors are looked at. The problem is we've had new court cases that provide new elements to the redrawing and redistricting. And that's what we're following.
Representative Hunter, I do respect you tremendously, and I respect this body. But what I don't respect is an obvious racist move on what we're trying, what you're attempting to do. But
we disagree 100%.
When you lose 2 African American leaning seats, then that tells you there is a race issue going on.
And Rucho gave the exact same argument about what I would make fun of the U.S. Supreme Court, Representative. I don't think that's right. Let's not demean the process. You know, I'm listening to your comments, and I haven't shot at you. But is race a factor? Yes. But I'm not going to use it in a negative in our discussion.
My final question, sir. Are you aware of any concerns raised by community groups or individuals regarding the potential impact of the new map on minority representation in these districts? Have you heard from the public at all in those districts?
Have I heard from everybody in all the districts, your question? No.
Any community groups, anybody?
Yes, I've heard from folks.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Representative Hunter, for answering my questions.
Move to table.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Look, this is a passionate issue, but it's not an issue to get upset about. I just want to level set here because when we talk about minority voting rights, we're talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. When we're talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, we are talking about jingles, which is a 1986 U.S. Supreme Court opinion. But all the conversation today is about Petaway, which is a more recent circuit opinion that has not been scrutinized by the U.S. Supreme Court. So what we are doing, in effect, is we are following a theory based on law that is not settled, and we're throwing out well-established jurisprudence that's been applied since 1986. That's all this does. And I take the chairman, if he says that he told his lawyers that we're going to follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, great. But I've heard a million times on this floor, nobody speaks for me. And if someone is going to take a position on something, I'm going to take it myself. I'm not going to say what he said. And that's all this amendment does. It's simple. It just says that we are going to follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's it. There are no tricks. There are no hidden words. That's all it does. It shouldn't be controversial. If that's the instruction Hunter has given his legal team, then I'm shocked that that's not the instruction he's given you to take this vote. He should be saying, members, don't worry about this. You can vote for that. We've already told the lawyers to follow Section 2, so this is a nothing burger. This is acceptable to the author. This is not in controversy. So I don't know what the issue is, but if we do believe that the Supreme Court establishes the law of the land, if we do believe that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is current law as validated by the Supreme Court, then we should not have any issue accepting the proposition that this map is done in concert with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So I hope you vote against the motion to table, and if there's not a record vote, I'd like to have one.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Representative yields.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Hey, and I appreciate you bringing up the Jingles case and as it relates to your amendment. And you're familiar, obviously you're familiar because you've cited to it several times and said that you haven't heard anything talked about the Jingles case. And you recognize it's the 1986 case where that analyzes vote dilution claims, and you understand that there's a three-pronged test that you go through. You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you read, we've talked about the Petaway case. Have you had an opportunity to read the Petaway case?
Not in its entirety, no, but I've read the opinion and the relevant parts that apply to this debate.
Okay. And you understand that a Fifth Circuit ruling is binding on the absent some ruling otherwise by the U.S. Supreme Court is binding on the state of Texas.
I think it's partially binding. I guess what you're saying, if the Petaway opinion says that you cannot force a state to create a coalition district. There's nothing in the opinion that says that the state, couldn't adopt one, right? So, so it's in conflict. So, to the extent that there's a portion of that that is being applied in this map, I don't see the other part of it is just because you can't force a state to do it, that there's no reason why that they could do it if they wanted to.
When you're in your partial reading of the Petaway decision, do you recall page 7 of the opinion where it stated that the court addressed coalition districts and addressed that to the very first prong and said it doesn't meet the first test, we're no longer going to consider that, then therefore we're not even going to get to prong number 2 or prong number 3 because the Jingles case is not applicable. Did you read that part of the opinion?
Representative, if you are referring to an opinion where you have a page and line and you want me to give my thoughts on that page and line, would you have the courtesy to present me with the page and line so I could read it myself?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker and members, as I was saying, we're just talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We're talking about something that's well established by the United States Supreme Court. This is not a gotcha. This is a pretty easy vote. Since 1970, the state of Texas has had a very difficult time passing a redistricting map that wasn't found to be illegal by the DOJ or by a court. We don't have a track record of success. We will show up in court and these questions will come up. Taking a record vote that you were not willing to state with a vote that you would follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think is a litigation flag. And so in light of that risk, I would ask for you to vote against the motion on the table so that we can adopt this amendment. I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting no. Mr. Basu voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes and 51 nays. The motion on the table prevails. Flores, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask to have the comments or the exchange between Chairman Hunter and Representative Hawkins, Gervin Hawkins, reduced to writing in the journal, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Members, this is a friendly reminder. We are considering amendments now. Debate must be limited to the subject of the current amendment. Please hold your questions about the bill until Mr. Hunter comes back to close on the bill. The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, not a trick here. This is pretty simple. We're in mid-August. If this legislation were to pass and get signed into law, we'll be in the courtroom. In November, folks will start filing for office. Elected officials need to know what districts they're going to run in. Voters need to know who they're going to vote for. Secretary of State and local election officials have to do all of the behind the scenes to make sure the paperwork is in order. This is pretty simple. Should this get tied up in the courts, which is highly likely, all this amendment says is it will run in the current districts that we have today, which are the current districts that were adopted in 2021, which are the current districts that are currently being disputed in a federal court in El Paso. These are the current districts that Senate leaders and witnesses in federal court said were perfectly fine and race blind and had nothing to do with violations of voting rights acts or any gerrymandering or coalition building. These were perfectly good maps. So all this says is, should we find ourselves in court, instead of pausing an election, instead of moving the goalposts on our constituents, we'll just run in the districts that we have right now that are currently elected have currently elected the current Texas delegation, which was good enough for the 2024 election. They might as well be good enough for the 2026 election should this map run into legal controversy. And with that, I hope that the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Does a quorum do away with the requirement for a call on the House?
No, it does not.
So the rule,
Mr.
Parliamentary
Dutton, for what
inquiry, Mr.
purpose?
Speaker.
State your inquiry.
So the Speaker can put out a call on the House irrespective of whether a quorum is present or not.
Mr. Dutton, there was a motion and the body placed a call in the House, and it provided specifically that it would expire upon the passage of House Bill 4. So the call remains in force until the motion expires by its own terms.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Do you consider that legal?
Mr. Dutton, the rules provide that a call in the House is appropriate to maintain a quorum.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Well, by your statement, that means that if a quorum is maintained, the call is void.
Obtaining and maintain are two different things.
Obtained and maintained is two different things. I'm not sure that's a word difference, Mr. Speaker, but parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
What's the difference between maintained and obtained?
Obtain is when you do not have a quorum and you're trying to get it. Maintain is when you have one and you're trying to keep it.
So, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
So the rules are there so you can maintain a quorum, or I thought they were, when I read the rule, it says to obtain a quorum.
Mr. Dutton, the rules provide that a call in the House may be placed for a specific period of time. The body adopted a motion, it was adopted, and it expires upon its own terms.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know the dollar breakdown for the DPS officers used to monitor each of the members 24/7?
The chair is not advised.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What would be the best way to find out that cost to taxpayers?
House administration.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Hunter in opposition.
I'll be moving to table because we don't need a TRO or a stop to the map. I'll be moving to table.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, Chairman Hunter is very confident about this map. Not going to be a problem. We're going to pass it, becomes law. We have new districts. Great. Perfect world, works out. This amendment doesn't apply. Let's say Mr. Hunter makes a mistake. Let's assume for a minute that somebody makes a credible legal argument that says we're going to tap the brakes on this proposal. What we're saying is we're going to let a court decide what to do. We're going to let a court decide what do those districts look like, when is the election schedule, and how we're going to administer this election. I don't think that's the way we ought to do it. I think we ought to have control over it. This is a circuit breaker. This is simple. This says if this does not go the way Chair Hunter wants it to go, that we're going to run in the current lines, which again, I mean, the last time I checked, has a pretty healthy delegation has sufficient partisan splits that were good enough in 2021, and for what it's worth, seem to be good enough for those who drew it, because that's their testimony in federal court before a 3-judge panel. And we all know this. We know it's probably not a good idea to lie or mislead a federal court, because they'll actually put you in jail. So I believe that testimony when those proponents say that these maps are legal and fine. If we want to cede our authority to a court, I know many of you have some strong opinions about that, about courts legislating from the bench. But if you want them to legislate from the bench, well, then let's not put a circuit breaker in here. Let's just throw it up, see what happens, and let it be what it's going to be. But my preference would be that we have some control over our own elections. We have the ability to let our constituents know what these lines look like. There are a lot of districts that are a little uneasy as to what their congressional district's going to look like. This just provides that peace of mind. It's pretty simple. Doesn't harm the map. It does nothing to the map. And should this map pass as Chair Hunter would like it to, then these lines mean nothing on the page. So with that, I ask you to vote no on the motion table.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting no, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting no, Ms. Weiner voting no, Alverson voting aye, Basu voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 87 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's one thing that's come out of the debate today that everybody, I think, here understands, and that is whether or not this bill denies or abridges the right to vote on account of race or color. There's one side that says it doesn't. There's the other side that says it does. And so what this amendment does is simply add some accountability to this measure by simply stating that until a federal district court issues an order determining the changes one way or the other, this law will not take effect until that happens. And so if you agree that it abridges the right to vote on the basis of race or color, you ought to be for this amendment. If you're against that, if you think it doesn't do that, you really ought to be for this amendment. Texas has been in redistricting court fights over every decade since the 1970s. On numerous occasions, Texas has been found to have passed unconstitutional and intentionally discriminatory maps. As each and every one of you know, the maps we just passed in 2021 is still being litigated for potentially discriminating against Black and Latino voters. We might as well let the courts take a preemptive look at these maps to ensure that we don't waste any more time than we already have. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to yield to any questions that my colleagues may have.
Ms. Cole, for purpose.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for
yield.
questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Dutton, one of the criteria that we look at to determine whether a map preserves or protects communities of interest, I want to explore the map on this criteria. Can you explain to us what the residents in East Austin have in common with the residents in Port Aransas?
Well, again, what I say is one thing. What I think Chairman Hunter would say is something else. It's just the opposite. And so what this amendment says is that, wait a minute, we're going to make sure that we get this right by letting the federal court decide what the answers to your questions and the questions that many people have here. That is the only way I can consider that we would not waste a whole lot of time in terms of getting whatever maps that this body wants to pass completed and done with. And it ought not to be a process that ends and begins here, but it ought to be looked at by the federal courts.
Okay. Can you explain how representatives of communities and interests in perhaps North Austin have been commenting with the residents in East Texas?
Well, again, my argument would be one side, and I think Chairman Hunter's would be another. And so we're not going to resolve that in here, except that typically the majority, 76 votes, means that this thing can pass. And I suspect that's going to happen today. But I do not think that's the last stage in this process. And so what I'm suggesting by this amendment is that we make sure that we have got it right by ensuring that the accountability provided by a federal court overlook is in place when we pass this map. And so that's what this amendment does. It says that we're going to put the federal courts in this. We're going to actively put the federal courts in it because we can passively do that already. Because I'm sure somebody will go and pass or at least file an objection to it. But this body ought to recognize that there is a difference of opinion in terms of answering your question and the questions of many people here about whether or not the rights of Black and Latino voters are bridged by this map. And we're not going to decide that here. This map may get voted out, but that's not a decision about whether this map is or isn't. And I think we ought to put the federal courts in it to make sure that we get it right.
Well, we know that Austin is the capital of Texas and it is a booming city. East Texas has a dearth of hospital access. Are you aware about that that is the case in Austin? That it's not the case in Austin?
Yes.
Also, East Texas has different economic drivers than Austin. Does it not?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Austin is often ranked as one of the top cities in the country and is sought after by many corporations as it's known throughout the world. That is not the case in East Texas, is that correct?
Well, that's one opinion, and that's what I'm saying is, irrespective of whether my opinion says that I believe East Austin and East Texas have anything in common at all, or whether or not the other side says that they have everything in common, that makes no difference to me. What makes a difference is having the federal court's oversight look at this and make the determination as to whether or not we are actively, not passively, but actively engaging in the abridging of the rights.
I agree with you, Mr. Dutton. Now, one last question on this. I believe that Austin and East Texas are not communities of interest, so don't you believe that East Texas should have appropriate representation in D.C.?
I believe that about all districts. I believe that about all areas of Texas. I believe that the real question for us here is whether or not we can make that happen. And if one side feels that we have and the other side feels that we haven't, there is going to be an independent determination made, and that's going to be made by our federal courts. And what this amendment does is simply says that we're going to put the federal courts in this at the start of this bill as opposed to after the bill is passed. But we're going to say today that this map, whether it may be this or it may be that, we're going to let the federal courts in it so that when the federal court makes the decision, then that's when this bill can take effect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So throughout the debate, the author has made it a point to overemphasize how not racist and how not how this bill does not impact communities of color. But I just want to ask, particularly for the Dallas-Fort Worth region, are you aware that in North Texas, the population of Dallas and Tarrant counties together have increased by over 500,000 residents over the last decade, and it was all, not just some, Hispanic, Black, Asian, and other minority groups?
Yes.
And also, are you aware that the Anglo population in Dallas and Tarrant County has dropped by over 90,000 people, or about 60,000 in Dallas County and about 30,000 in Tarrant County?
Yes, I am. And that's the point I'm making, is that if you look through it through the eyes from which you're looking, you'll come up with one conclusion about what's going on and what needs to be done. What I believe the other side is doing is looking through another lens and suggesting that that's okay under the law. Well, I think the only way we know what's okay under the law is to have the law take a look at it, and that's the federal court's job, and that's why I'm having this amendment, to make sure that the federal courts are in this bill so that this bill does not take effect until the federal courts have made a decision. In fact, one of the cases, the Procedural case, which says that it stands for the proposition that if you get a change in election law to the courts too late, it's too late. It means that if you get it there too late to effectively do the changes by the federal court will basically ignore it. And so what this does is says that we're going to put the federal courts in it so that the federal courts will decide the issues that have been raised here, whether or not they are in fact one way or the other.
Well, thank you so much for that, Representative Dutton.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the gentleman's time be extended.
Members, this is a motion for the first extension of time on the amendment layout. Is there objection? Chair here. Okay, there's a record vote has been requested on the motion to extend time. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Basoot voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 15 nays, the motion prevails. Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for question? Just one question.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Dutton, when it goes into communities of interest, just a quick question. What interest does the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex share with the Panhandle, if any?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to answer that because I must admit I don't know a whole lot about the Panhandle, but I suspect that the answer is going to lie not with me, but with the federal courts. The federal courts are going to make that determination, and they're going to take a look at this and determine, again, whether combining communities of disinterest is appropriate. They have said so in certain cases, but I don't think that the question you're asking is one that's on point with the case that's been decided. And so what I'm suggesting is that we ought to make sure that the federal courts are ingrained in this bill so that they can actually make this determination that both sides, I think, want made.
Yes.
Because I don't think one side wants to, one side is saying it's a racist map, the other side is saying, well, race didn't play a part in it. It's all political partisan. Well, you know, you could, as a lawyer, I suspect that depending on who paid me, I could probably argue either side. But the point is that we need an independent accountability for this bill, and that's the only way we're going to get it is through the federal courts. And so we might as well put them in this bill and make sure that this bill doesn't take effect until we've had that federal court decision. And that's what this amendment does.
Thank you for that. I mean, the simple answer is not a darn thing.
Probably, you're right. You're right. And whether or not that ought to be considered in terms by the courts is a whole separate matter. And so that's why everybody ought to be voting for this amendment.
Thank you, sir.
And I move adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I'll be motioning table. It's an unnecessary step, and we don't have kind of a pre-clearance anymore, so I'll be moving to table. Thank you.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. Excuse me, chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the amendment.
Thank you. I respect Chairman Hunter's designation. We don't have pre-clearance. But that's not necessarily what I'm asking to do. What I'm asking is that if one side thinks this is the right thing to do, there shouldn't be a problem having the federal courts decide it. If the other side says that we don't like it, then they ought to be acceptable of the federal courts making the determination. And to be opposed to it would almost suggest to me that you believe something is wrong with this, and that something wrong is the fact that perhaps the other side's contentions are more valid, and so as a consequence, you don't want a federal court to look at it. Well, I think you ought to be for an independent look at this so that the issue of accountability is placed in this bill such that we have a federal court not only look at it, but make the decision as to whether or not one side is right, the other side is right. I trust the federal courts. You've had several arguments from the back mic from both sides about what federal courts have said. This is an attempt to give the federal courts an opportunity to say whether or not this bill is valid and whether or not it abridges the rights of the people of color, both black and Latino citizens in this state. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I know we don't have pre-clearance, but we ought to have a predisposition to making this right. And so with that, I move to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that says that does not allow the bill to go into effect until an independent redistricting commission has been established. Members, what is happening on the floor today is a blatantly obvious attempt to determine the outcome of the upcoming midterm election before a single vote is cast. Those who vote in favor of this bill will be supporting a process that has been engineered to dilute the power and voices of voters of color in Texas. With the push of a button, you are taking the decision away from the voters of Texas. But where I come from in Texas, we're proud of our independent-mindedness and believe in our right to self-determination, which is why I know there is no reason why Texans should settle for a redistricting process that does not let us make up our own minds. Today's proceedings are proof that the legislature should not be responsible for drawing these maps. It's clear that when left to do so, the legislature will abuse its power to silence the voices of its constituents. House Bill 4 targets congressional districts that have historically been held by Texans of color and eliminates the community's ability to elect the candidate of their choice. Here in Travis County, the proposed maps would eliminate our only court-ordered minority opportunity district created to protect the voting rights of people of color. In 2017, a panel of federal judges ruled that 3 of our congressional districts, including CD 35 here in Travis County, were illegal and violated the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. As a result, Texas was forced to redraw the maps to ensure Texans of color received fair representation in Congress. Now this body seeks to eliminate that district and strip black and brown voters in Austin of their voice in Congress. As many of you know, I have called Austin my home for my entire life. I spent my youth in and around North Austin, my young adulthood in Central and East Austin, and have called West and South Austin home for the last 50 years. I know my community better than anyone who drew the lines on this map, and can assure you that districts drawn from urban Austin through rural communities extending to Louisiana, Port Aransas, and the New Mexico border do not reflect communities of interest. Instead of strengthening black and brown representation in Congress, which would better reflect the true ethnic and racial makeup of our state, this body seeks to dilute their power and eliminate their voice. Therefore, the most responsible and ethical vote we can take today is to pause this sham process until an independent redistricting commission has been established. Doing so will ensure the people of Texas have a voice in this process and can help guide where and how their districts are drawn. True representation and fair access to the polls are the foundation of our electoral system because in a democratic society, ultimate accountability occurs at the ballot box. As elected officials, it is our duty to represent the people of Texas and be their voice of government. And as members of the People's House, we are supposed to have our fingers on the pulse of our communities. District lines that include disparate communities hours apart from one another do not allow for fair representation. The only reason to include them in the same district would be to dilute their power and voice in Congress. HB 4 is a blatant attempt by a handful of elected officials to choose their voters because they are afraid their voters won't choose them. It is clearer than ever before that how and where voting lines are drawn have a direct impact on a community's representation in government and its ability to influence change. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment and show your constituents that you value their voice over currying favor with your political allies.
Mr. Speaker.
And I yield for
Ms.
questions.
Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Representative Howard, let me make sure that I understand what your amendment does. What your amendment would do is take away the power from the politicians to draw their own districts and the districts of their buddy politicians and give it instead to an independent commission that consists of the people of Texas. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and we have a bill that's been filed that would do that.
And whose bill is that?
It's Representative Johnson's bill.
Okay.
Johnson's bill.
And is this an issue of first impression for you, Representative Howard? Have you heard of this before, these independent redistricting commissions?
Yes, I've actually filed legislation for an independent redistricting commission basically every session for over the past decade.
Thank you. And I have signed on to your legislation. I appreciate that effort. Are you aware that the Independent Redistricting Committee protect minorities from illegal cracking and packing of their districts?
Yes, I am aware.
And isn't that in fact what is happening in this bill, the cracking and packing of minority districts?
It certainly appears that way, and we certainly have an example of it here in Travis County.
And in fact, minority districts are targeted for elimination in this bill, aren't they?
Certainly in Travis County, that's the case.
In Travis County, we have 2 congressional districts, is that correct?
Who has 2 congressional districts?
Currently, there are 2 congressional districts in Austin.
There are actually, I guess I'm trying to understand the question.
Okay.
Because there's several congressional districts that are part of Austin.
Okay.
But we have 2 right now that are Democratic districts, yes. And one of those is the court-ordered minority opportunity district, and it is no longer a part of Austin in this map.
So it is eliminated. The one minority opportunity district is eliminated. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And of course, you and I both live in Austin, and so that is an issue of interest to us. Are you familiar with Congressional District 34, which is also significantly altered in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, where I am from?
You'll have to explain that to me.
So currently in Congressional District 34, that community has chosen Vicente Gonzalez as their member of Congress. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
That's in South Texas. And did you know that in this bill, in that district, almost 70,000 new Anglo voters are added to that district, while at the same time, almost 25,000 Hispanic voters are removed from that district. Were you aware of that?
I was not, but that does sound like it's diluting their representation.
Do you know what the majority ethnic population in Brownsville, which is the large city in that district, is?
I can imagine that it is Latino.
It is over 95% Latino and growing in terms of Latino population. So do you have an understanding of why the Latino population would be decreased while the Anglo population is doubled to almost 70,000 extra voters in that district?
I do not know why, other than it appears to be diluting their vote.
Does it sound to you like the Texas Republican leadership that drew this map is enhancing and embracing the Latino vote in this district, or running from it?
I would suggest running from it.
And so a reading on its face of this bill, on this map, makes it clear that this redistricting bill is an attack on Latino power, at least in Congressional District 34 in the Rio Grande Valley, is it not?
Sounds like it.
Are you aware that independent redistricting committees provide a fair and even forum for voters to be represented in Congress?
Absolutely.
Are you aware that independent redistricting committees provide more transparency and more public input in the map drawing process?
Absolutely, they're a part of the process.
Were you aware that we have not had a hearing where the public has been allowed to weigh in on this map that is before us, we will be voting on today?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that the independent redistricting committees are already in use by other states and have improved their redistricting process?
Absolutely, that's the case.
This is a great amendment. Thank you.
Time has expired.
Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
I'm going to be moving to table. The Redistricting Commission is really a delay of this process. We're in the middle of what we can do by law, and so I'll be moving to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just reiterate that the examples that I've given in particular in regard to Travis County clearly show that there are not communities of interest being kept together here. When you have Austin reaching all the way to the Permian Basin in Midland, Odessa, clearly not the same issues. Reaching to the Big Thicket in East Texas, reaching to Port Aransas, Matagorda Bay, Port Lavaca, and the coast of Texas. With Austin, our issues are very different. We need to have compactness. We need to have communities of interest. An independent redistricting commission would be a way that we could establish that. And with that, what am I doing? Motion to table. Oppose the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting no. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 51 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plescia.
Chair recognizes Ms. Plescia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is simple. If you believe in redistricting as a principled process, then you should have no problem saying yes to this amendment. What it does is basically says that we will not do redistricting without having a census. For over two centuries, the accepted norm of American democracy has been redrawing maps once a decade so that the peoples represented are based on accurate official population data. This amendment simply codifies that tradition. Redistricting should only occur within 2 years of a census when population numbers are fresh and reliable. Anything else opens the door for those in power to consistently choose their voters rather than the voters electing them. What changed between 2021 and 2025 that requires this body to readdress the fairness of our maps? This isn't about fairness or representation. It's about rushing through maps before 2026 midterms elections. That's not the reason. If that's not the reason, why are we rushing this? If my Republican colleagues reject this amendment, they are admitting on record that this bill isn't about fairness. This is a test whether this House stands for democratic norms or unfair manipulations. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Plesa. Are you aware that in Houston, voting precincts with high populations of non-citizens east of downtown would be carved out of CD 29, currently represented by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia's district, and moved to a newly drawn district that would have supported President Trump by 15 percentage points in the 2020 election?
Yeah, CD 29 includes many low citizenship voting precincts, especially in the areas east of downtown Houston. Many of these precincts also saw very low turnout in November 2024. In some precincts, only 30% of registered voters cast ballots versus the 62% in a typical Texas precinct.
So this new district is packing non-citizens who are predominantly Latino and also Latino citizens who are low propensity voters, correct?
You are correct.
It looks like many of the voters who are low propensity or non-citizens in the Latino community were moved into CD9. Is that correct?
It appears so.
Are you aware that currently CD9 is represented by Congressman Al Green?
Yes.
CD35 also has low propensity and non-citizen Latino community members moved into CD27 in the Austin area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of this purposeful targeting of Latino populations?
Yes, it seems to be targeting them.
To quote law professor Justin Levitt, isn't it true that putting people who can't themselves vote in a district with people who can vote and have very different concerns dilutes the representation of folks who can't vote at all?
This is the most cynical form of cracking and packing on the basis of race.
Are you aware that Texas has employed the strategy of packing low propensity voters from Latino communities in redistricting before?
Yes.
And are you aware, finally, that based on the 2020 census, that 95% of the growth in Texas was because of minority population, African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians? Are you aware of that?
That's what the last census showed us, and that's the information that we went by.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be moving to table. Again, it's changing the census date, which basically is a delay. I'll be moving to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Placet to close on the amendment.
Members, at its core, this amendment is about trust in our democratic process. For over 2 centuries, we have relied on the census to to ensure redistricting reflects real communities and real people, not political timelines. If we rush this process, we undermine that trust. This amendment doesn't change the rules, it simply ensures that we play by them. I respectfully ask for your support and move adoption.
Ms. Plesa sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Mr. Hunter voting aye? Should Mr. Verdell voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 52 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia Hernandez.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, right now we are flying blind in terms of data for House Bill 4, when we should be focusing first and foremost on legislation to help Texans who are affected by hill country floods. After they were ensured we would, or eliminating the STAR test, we are instead debating this map. A different map than the one that had public hearings, and that is missing an examination of updated CVAP, Citizen Voting Age Population Study data. As such, I'm offering this amendment to provide that information. This amendment simply mandates the Secretary of State conduct a CVAP study of this new proposed map and release the results of said study before the final day of the filing period before the 2026 primary for members of the United States House of Representatives of the 120th Congress from the state of Texas. A CVAP study is a study of the racial and ethnic data of the measured area, in this instance of the state of Texas. If this is not done, we will be using data from Census 2020 for this mid-decade redistricting. Data that is outdated from 5 years ago. CVAP studies are done every census, but we have no updated census data currently. The United States Census is a nationwide count of every person living in the United States. It is meant to provide comprehensive data on the population's size, age, race, ethnicity, housing, and family structure makeup of this country. Typically, before any redistricting occurs, the country takes a census to determine what changes have occurred, which is why redistricting is done right after the census, like we did in 2021. However, for this rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme, there is no new census or even data being collected. Let's change that. This amendment mandates that the Secretary of State conduct a citizen voting age population study of the racial and ethnic groups of this state. Furthermore, the results would be publicly released by the Secretary of State before the last day to file as a candidate in the primary election held in 2026, and will also contain recommendations for legislative action if necessary. Republicans say that this rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme is not based on racial grounds, so let's find out. There should be no issue with this amendment if this new map is not based on racial grounds. This amendment would be beneficial because it could lay to rest any claims of racial gerrymandering once and for all for this proposal. Please support this amendment for a CVAP study. Let's make sure we have the appropriate data to understand the impact of what we're doing here during this unprecedented and uncommon mid-decade redistricting.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. And in laying out this amendment, you talked about the accuracy of data. You specifically referenced accurate population data. In fact, your amendment calls for a CVAP report to be produced. You would agree with me that it's fairly important in the redistricting process to have updated and accurate information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And specifically, when we're talking about what your amendment does, and that directs the Secretary of State to gather this CVAP analysis, that is not something that is uncommon, right? That actually does, that happens when we go through the census process and the following redistricting process following the census.
Absolutely, that's correct. We're essentially just making sure that whatever is typically done in the census prior to when we typically redistrict is in fact being done through the CVAP study.
And so I think just so that we can go through this, the data you're trying to drill down to, and for those of us who have kind of worked around this policy area before, CVAP is a term that we use and stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. So we're not talking about the population, we're not talking about voting age population. We are then talking about probably the smallest subset of that, which would be citizen voting age population within those congressional districts that are being proposed here. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you further bracketed that to talk about looking at those numbers as it's based on racial ethnicities.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and being part of the redistricting committee, and I did this work back in 19 and 21 as well. We heard a lot of testimony about the growth of the population in this state, and that people of color make up 95% of Texas's recent population growth. But the map that we're seeing today, and again, we don't have the data that your amendment would provide, it creates more majority Anglo districts. Is that your understanding of the map that we have in front of us?
Yes, that is correct.
And I know that we've had a significant amount of conversation about what is driving the drawing of these maps, and that the claim is that there is no racial gerrymandering, and it's important, right? If racial gerrymandering is prohibited, and so the claim here is that that's not being done. Are you aware that that's the claim that's being made as it pertains to this particular map?
Yes, absolutely.
And so I think drilling down to the core of your amendment, you were saying, if that's not what's going on here, then let's see. Because we don't see the CVAP numbers for these racial ethnicities. We are not seeing the CVAP data as current today. We are only seeing it as a snapshot of 2020. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's only been 5 years that have passed since the census. Clearly, Texas has been growing in population. We want to make sure that the CVAP reflects, as far as that the particular redistricting that's going on right now, the mid-decade redistricting, in fact, is not racial gerrymandering.
Yes, and so I think that it's always best to be accurate with data, particularly when we're talking about protected, we have legal protections around certain types of gerrymandering. However, we're operating without that most current information. And if this didn't have those impacts, your amendment would actually allow us to bring that to light through the Secretary of State, and it would actually bring it to light before the filing deadline when these maps become effective.
Yes, that's correct.
And then secondarily, though, your amendment has a component to it that states if there are things that need to be mitigated after that Secretary of State report, there then is an opportunity to fix those. So even in the event that there is something that happened here that we don't know because we don't have the numbers, that would give an opportunity to alleviate those concerns around racial gerrymandering. Is that correct?
That is correct. The actual amendment itself indicates that after the creation of the report, that the Secretary of State can, in fact, not only report the results of the study, but provide recommendations for legislative or other action to correct any issues.
In your opinion, how important is it for the people that we all represent to have confidence in the fact that there is not racial gerrymandering going on here?
I think it's incredibly important, and more than anything, I know we in particular continue to keep talking about the cases that have come out of the U.S. Supreme Court. We want to make sure that this particular map does not violate both Section 2 of the VRA as well as the 14th and 15th Amendments as well.
And so the CVAP data that you're after here, to bring everything up to date, to say this is what Texas looks like today, that would be able to verify what's going on, what's underneath this, and if there is any racial gerrymandering going on. Is that the purpose of the amendment?
That is correct, and that's all that we're asking for is just making sure, since we don't have a recent census and therefore redistricting based off that, we in fact compile the data that's needed to confirm that in fact these maps are not being drawn on racial lines.
And because certain racial groups have protections under the Voting Rights Act, is it your belief that having this CVAP data does in fact protect people's rights here in Texas under the Voting Rights Act?
Absolutely, I do.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Hunter in opposition. Thompson, for what purpose?
I want to know if the gentleman yield.
Not just yet.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Members, I'll be moving to table. The purpose of this amendment is to get the Secretary of State to get involved into data and census. And to me, it is basically another delay process. So my view is I'll be moving to table. Now I'll answer questions.
Thompson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Thank you.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask you just three things and I'm through. Was that any consideration in looking at the Congressional District Number 9, the HCVA, the Hispanic voting age population in 9 after your substitute? Because it seems to show that they are barely 50% of Hispanics in that area. Was that by accident?
No, the data shows that the substitute made it at 50.15.
Okay,
so
then,
it modified.
Okay, then, and I also noticed, and that there were some changes made in splitting precinct 414 in 4 different ways. At 4 different times. And what was the purpose of splitting that precinct those 4 different times?
Personal knowledge, none, just the criteria of
So you don't know what kind of...
not specific knowledge.
Okay, then, so that was, the criteria was considered in, you don't know what criteria was utilized?
The council looked at all the criteria. I personally did not.
But you're not aware of what was that criteria that caused the splitting?
No, ma'am.
And lastly, there was also a splitting of precinct 533 and 386 in that area as well. Do you know the purpose of splitting those precincts?
Same answer on that.
You don't know what data may have been considered?
No, just relied on council and they went through everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move to table.
Senator Hernandez to close.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I understand that Representative wants to do a motion to table. All we're asking here is that we make sure that the maps that in fact are being drafted are not infringing on and illegal in violating both Section 2 of the BRA as well as the 14 and 15 amendments. This is not anything different that's done during the census prior to whenever we typically redistrict. And so all we're asking is that the CVAP study be done and that it be done in a timely way, that people are aware of how it impacts them prior to the last day of filing for the primary for congressional candidates here in the state of Texas. So I would ask respectfully that all of you vote in making sure that we are transparent, that we are making sure that we are not violating these laws, and that we are making sure that Texans recognize that we are not in the business of silencing our communities and our people. I respectfully ask that you vote against the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table, clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 52 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
Chair has Mr. Bernal.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Pursuit for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Bernal Amendment under 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Questions for the author? Be polite, be a gentleman.
Amendment by Garcia of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
Ms. Speaker.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment is straightforward. This bill would not go into effect until Congress enacts legislation to make Social Security solvent.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment's been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did you know how many members accepted DPS supervision over the last 24 hours?
Chair is not advised.
Do you know that each member
Ms.
was
Jones, for what
assigned?
purpose?
Oh, my apologies. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know that each member that was assigned a DPS supervision had 2 members assigned to them 24 hours a day?
Chair is not advised.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know, or was there an account taken of the assignments that DPS officers were pulled off of before being assigned to surveillance members of the Texas House?
Chair is not advised.
All right. Last question. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know that the tasks that were assigned previously to being assigned to members were high-level investigations, sex crime, as well as fraud division officers were pulled to surveillance House members?
Chair is not advised.
Thank you.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair has Dr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Lalani amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front.
Thank you.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment's been withdrawn. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Mr. Wu.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment number 11, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill changes the composition of districts for the election of members to the United States House of Representatives. The Wu Amendment makes the effective date of the bill contingent on a matter that is not even remotely related to the congressional redistricting. The amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is sustained. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Y. Davis of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This